Friends and colleagues, the programme will begin shortly. Please take a moment to silence your cell phones and find your seats. Friends and colleagues, please take your seats. The programme is about to begin.
Welcome, welcome. A big round of applause to all of you, too. Welcome to the morning briefing of our public forum. My name is Andrea Vieira. I used to be a journalist, but now I am founder and CEO of a small business chain here in Washington, D.C. called The Nail Saloon. Before we kick off, I want to say also welcome to everybody tuning in online. Why don't we give them a round of applause so they can feel our energy? To everybody all around the world who's here with us watching. Before we kick the day off, we're going to set the stage with two people who are perfectly suited to kind of give us a little context and explain to us the crazy, intense, challenging, fast-paced, but also beautiful world in which we live. Please join me in welcoming to the stage Wolfgang Fengler. Thank you. Okay.
Thank you so much. Good morning, everyone in this wonderful location and around the world. My name is Wolfgang Fengler, and I've given many presentations in my life, but I've never given one with such an impressive lineup after me. So see this as the pre-entertainment to what will come. Michelle and I won't sing, I promise, but I'll let the data sing for you. Actually, guys, I need the clicker because I'll talk about prosperity on a livable planet, which is two of the big themes that we want to give context to. And once I have the clicker, I'll show you something special because it's quite important to understand where we're coming from. I think I look around the room, many are a bit more my generation. Thank you. So born in the 70s or 60s, and let's remember back how life was then. So if we remember back what happened the last 50 plus years, at that time we lived in a world of 3+ billion. Let's see what people had to say at that time.
If we continue to let population grow, it's very difficult for me to picture things holding together for more than another decade or so.
So this is Paul Ehrlich. I hope you heard him. He said, can't imagine the world holding together for another decade with population growth the way it has been. Well, look what happened. We're now at a world at 8 billion, more than double. Let's see what people have to say today.
I think that the biggest problem the world will face in 20 years is population collapse.
Quite interesting, huh? So at 3 billion, we were too many, and at 8 billion, we are too few. Now, the good news is Elon Musk is wrong too, because we will reach more than 9 billion in our lifetime, but it's a very different demographic context that our kids will live in. A much flatter demographic world, as you can see in that projection. So he at least has a point. So what I'll do now is I'll cover two of the big topics of our lifetime: prosperity, living the good life, but also protecting the environment, sustainability. And I'll run you through some of the big numbers to help you set the stage for today. So this is the latest estimates by my team at World Data Lab. We're a world of more than 8 billion. 600 million are still living in extreme poverty. People that Amina Mohammed today will talk about are the main focus of the UN, but also of the World Bank. But then there's a whole group that I know this group also cares about and will need to care about much more, is the, what you could call the forgotten 3 billion, the people who are vulnerable and who are still by many aspects very poor by our standards. Then is those who start to live the good life, as Homi Karas, who's also here today, called it in his middle class book, the lower middle class. And then are those, like many of us and those we love, who live fortunately in prosperity. And it's new, this number, and it's quite important because the previous CEO and president of Mastercard, who is now at the World Bank president, has actually established this new line of $25 per person per day, which also reflects the US poverty line, broadly speaking. And look there's 2.4 billion. So it's the largest group ever, but it's still just a third of the world. What's interesting for those of you from the friends from Mastercard interested in financial services is that if you reduce the children among this group, you get a number of 1.9 billion. That's slightly more than the credit card holders in the world. So you get a sense also where the credit card journey could go, but it's also the many other journeys of people who want to live the life you live. So if you add the numbers together, the left side and the right side, you will actually get a unique number, because for the first time in our lifetime, the right side is the bright side. 4.1 billion people are on the right side, which means those who lived the good life, so to say, even prosperous life. But still, and that's the inclusion challenge, that's the prosperity challenge, almost 4 billion don't have yet the chance to live that life. And that is the challenge of today and of tomorrow as well. Now let me show you the projections for the future. It's actually nice to think about real time, to imagine how is this number, now almost 2.4 billion of prosperous, changing in real time. In our estimate, it's actually 3 people per second. I'm not sure if you know how many seconds there are in a year. It's a bit morning math for you guys. But it's actually 90 million. 31 million times 3 people per second, roughly, is 90 million that this ticker would move up. And you can imagine also, if you're in the refrigerator business, in the motorcycle business, or in the credit card business, that's a number you should look at and count on. 2.9 billion by 2030. And then another billion by 2040. And the speed is not going down. In our projections, the speed is even slightly ticking up, but after 2040, you get slight reduction. So here's a different perspective. If you look at the lucky ones, like us, and those who are not yet in that fortunate situation. Since the millennium, both grew. Actually, also the non-prosperous grew. Population growth was more prosperous than none, but still enough people have had, families had actually more additions who were not part of the lucky ones. And you see the little tick up during COVID. In any projection that we made, this is the highest number ever of the non-prosperous. And now we're in the phase that even that green line is starting to come down. Almost 3 billion prosperous, as I showed you, by 2030. And the question is, when do we have the tipping point? When are more people in the world prosperous than non-prosperous? And the year is 2049. That's in that projection, 2049. Feels like a long way to go, and it feels like we need to accelerate to close that gap. But also think a bit differently. Remember what you did at Millennium? It was just about yesterday, just a few global summits away, we had the Millennium. That was roughly 25 years ago. So when the time our children have our age, that's the time they can live in this, according to the projections, better and more prosperous, and for some of you, maybe interesting, also more profitable world. So let me come to the other part, which is you wonder, if there is more prosperity, despite the challenges, can we still maintain the planet livable? And here is something I want to share with you, because for that also we built a data model. It's the world emissions clock. In real time, you see the challenge, 2,000 tons per second. Already this year, we had 15 gigatons, 50 billion tons, and we may reach the highest number ever of emissions. So that's the bad news. The good news is there's a way to think about this differently, because there's enough good news underneath the bad news. And here I want to show you briefly something we did quite new with the World Bank chief economist to combine money and emissions. And the money part you know quite well. There's poor countries, there's $1, there's the $2 countries, middle income countries, and the rich countries. And you see the thresholds that are indicated there of what defines a poor, a middle income, and a rich country. What nobody has done yet, even though it sounds super simple, is to do the same for emissions. And so we defined a low emitter now, a clean country, 5 tons, medium 5 to 10, and a dirty country, 10 tons. And as you expect, the clean countries, although there are many people in there, don't have that many emissions. But also the poor countries, that's the green block, they don't have many emissions. So we should also not worry so much about emissions in poor countries, because it doesn't make as much a difference. They should think much more about growth and prosperity. The climate battle will be won or lost in the middle income countries. That's where most people are. That's where 100 countries are. And the biggest block is the red bottom block, middle income, high emitters. But the main message is not to single out China, which, by the way, has been stabilizing now its emissions, but it's to show you there's a lot of diversity. You can be middle income and dirty, so to say. You can be middle income and middle, like Indonesia, and we have the finance minister here today, or you can be quite low emitter, like India, only at 2.8 tons per capita, even though that is still a large country and a high emitter. But more interestingly, let's look at the rich countries, and to have obviously caused that problem, you see the same diversity. You see a problem country like the US, but I'll tell you in a second, it's not the worst. You have Germany, my home country, which is medium but not so great. But then you have 4 countries that are rich and clean. Anybody from Sweden here today? Sweden, congratulations. We just upgraded Sweden. Sweden moved up into that clean bucket. Not perfect yet, just at 5 tons per capita, but you're among these 4 exclusive countries. I hope you know the other flags too, Romania, Malta, and Chile. Those are these countries that have achieved that ideal status to be rich and clean. So that's the context. So to close for you, let me do a final data exercise and go even further and to see, can we achieve this ideal stage? Here are some big numbers I'll walk you through. 7.5 tons. That are we are emitting if we were average world citizens and consumers. And you see the distribution across the countries. Where is the US? Is it in the top 3 among the G20 countries? No. Saudi Arabia is the highest, 26. Canada is way higher than the US, 25 tons per capita. So sorry for the Canadians here and online. Australia is worse than the US, 22 tons. The US is actually at 18 tons. Still a very bad number, but it's better than the others, and it has gotten better. The US actually reduced emissions over the last 2 years. Canada didn't. So there are these interesting nuances you can do when you play with the data. The US, the EU is quite good compared to the others, but still not good enough, 8.2 tons per capita. Without Germany, it would actually be almost at the world average. But so let's just think harder even one more time. Can we do even better than the examples you saw? And there's just too few Swedens out there. So what we did now is to select the best in the world, the best rich countries in these 5 sectors. And here is the result. You get South Korean agriculture, because they do a lot of reforestation. You get Dutch transport. You get British industry, whatever there is in British industry still. There is Swiss energy. They have obviously mountains, and there is Swedish buildings. That's the best of the world. And look at the number. It's a very low number now, 3.1 tons. And if these countries who have been doing well in these sectors keep their promises, there'll be only 2.2 tons by 2030. That's 50% below what Paris Agreement said we should achieve as a world community. So these countries are good countries to live in. Not everybody can be like South Korea, Holland, or Switzerland, but you can also copy the second best or the third best. So that lets me conclude to say we should not choose between consumption and climate. We should aim for a much better world, a world that is prosperous and clean. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Wolfgang. Hello to everybody who's joined us. Welcome. Next up on stage, we are going to be hearing from the Mastercard Economics Institute's Chief Economist, Michelle Meyer. Please give her a warm welcome.
Hello, hi everyone. Wonderful to follow Wolfgang. He set the stage beautifully in terms of the importance of data. So I'm going to pull it back a little bit, keep on the theme of data, but talk about what it means today as we look at the economy. And the point I want to make and leave you with is that it's very easy to talk about the economy in one full swoop, to try to use big terms. Is it strong? Is it weak? Is it feeble? The reality is that it is diverse, that there is not one uniform story when you talk about the economy. And that's really important, and it is important particularly for me in this seat at Mastercard, because we are looking at the economy much more on a micro level. You have to pull that micro story from that macro story. You can do that on an income level. You can do that by education. You can do that by location. And we do that day after day as we try to understand the trends in the economy. So with that, let me unpack a few things here. Let me start with a few key themes about what we're seeing in the economy. The first one, which if you're attending some of the IMF meetings and the discussions, you'll probably have heard this term, US exceptionalism. And it is true, relative to a lot of other economies, the US economy is defying expectations. It's growing faster, it's more consistent, but again, it's not uniform. The second one is supply side changes, which have been quite meaningful in terms of transforming our economy. And that comes in part out of the pandemic. You had supply chains adjustments, you had people relocation, new technology, dislocations, maybe in a better way. You've also seen, very importantly in the US, but not only in the US, but also globally, a lot more participation in the workforce. A more hybrid workforce, maybe better job matching. So there's certain things coming out of the pandemic on the supply side that have been favorable. And finally, importantly, and this is what I'm going to focus on with the charts, and I will bring data into this, I promise, is preferences and behavioral changes. The pandemic shifted priorities. That's, again, in terms of where people are living, where they're spending, how they're using their time and their purchasing power. And what we've seen is coming out of the pandemic, initially people want to buy stuff, goods. Increasingly, they want that experience in every way. Experiences how they shop for those goods, but also experiences in how they're deploying their dollars. So let's go ahead and dig into that a little bit more. And for that, I will use some data here. Thank you. So we've done a few things here in the Mastercard Economics Institute that I find to be very fun that I wanted to talk through to you that really highlight the preference changes and the changes that we're seeing in terms of how people are spending. So the first one here is what we just saw in the US, the total eclipse. And what we were able to do in real time is to look at how people traveled to see the eclipse around that path of totality and how much that influenced spending trends. So what you'll see here in the map is highlighted that path. And when it's more red, it means even stronger spending, a little bit more white, a little bit less, but all of those areas saw an increase in spending relative to trend. So you can look at the right-hand chart. Let's focus on hotels, right? As people traveled and then went and actually stayed over to see the eclipse. In New Hampshire, right, there was a 729% increase in spending at hotels during the point of the eclipse, during that day before the eclipse. Illinois, 316%, Maine, 240%, meaningful. Dining, what did we see? Maine, 103% increase, New Hampshire, 98%. Fuel, people got in their cars, they drove, they traveled. 26% increase both in Maine and New Hampshire. Those were the states that really stood out. What does this tell us? It's obviously very cool and it's fun and we love looking at this, but it tells us some really great things too, which is that people can travel, they can spend. They're intentional, they're careful in how they're doing it, but they have that demand side strength because the labor market's been strong. And that feeds back into small towns, small communities, and creates a real nice lift to a lot of those economies that otherwise would not have seen that. What else are we seeing? Americans are traveling more than ever. So it is partly because of the dollar strength, which I'll talk through, right? So there's some good economic reasons for that, but it's also some preference changes. So if you first look at that right-hand chart in terms of the time series, you'll see that we're about 20% above where we were prior to the pandemic in terms of the number of people who are out there traveling. Where are they going? Europe is a big destination, right? If you think about those summer trips in Europe, it's happening. Very, very strong growth. Mexico is another one. We saw that was one of the first areas, Mexico, Dominican Republic, that we saw Americans go back out and travel coming out of the pandemic. It's still happening. And I'll point out one other one that I think is quite interesting. You can see Asia, not yet back up in terms of where we were previously, but when you dig deep within the continent, it's Japan. You are seeing a lot of travel from the US to Japan, and you can probably thank the strong dollar for that. So people are back out moving, using their purchasing power. What about into the US? A little bit less so, we are still missing about 15% of the tourists that we had prior to the pandemic, but you are still seeing a lot of movement. Where are they coming from in particular? Where have you seen the biggest growth in terms of travel into the US? It's from India. So if you look at this chart here, you'll see The bars are where we're seeing travelers now. The gray is where they had been prior to the pandemic. So when you have a blue here in this direction, it means there's more travel today from that country than there was prior to the pandemic. So most countries, it's below. India is the one that really stands out as above. Japan, the opposite story holds, where in Japan you are seeing that blue line where we are now, arrivals into the US significantly below. Again, the dollar has something to do with it. COVID dynamics have something to do with it. So lots of different stories by location, by geography, but people are back out experiencing and spending. Now, very importantly, going back to the idea that nothing here is uniform about the economy, what I just painted is a story of an empowered consumer, and that's true. But not everyone has that luxury. Not everybody has the ability to get into their car and spend on fuel and spend on hotels to see the eclipse or to travel the world. There are necessities that have increased in price, whether that's thinking about food prices that have increased, shelter prices that have increased, and they have consumed more of the budget for a lot of folks. So one of the things that we're working on now is trying to understand certain dynamics like this, which we're relating to specifically access to public transportation. So what we show here in this map is a way of trying to understand how what's called transit deserts, locations that do not have the infrastructure for public transportation, influence how dependent consumers are on fuel. And the way we proxy that is the really red areas here are where you're seeing, less fuel dependent, the more yellow, white are more fuel dependent. And that's as a share of spending on fuel. And it makes sense, and it's very highly correlated to those transit deserts. So it's important to have that flexibility to be able to deploy your purchasing power as you see fit. There's certain dynamics that do need to be in place, and this is certainly one of them that's very important to pay attention to, not only in the US, but of course, also globally. So I hope you enjoyed those charts and that data. I certainly enjoyed sharing it with you. And with that, I'll go ahead and welcome back Wolfgang, and we're gonna have a bit of a chat about what we're both seeing.
Fantastic. Great, well, fantastic presentation and cool new ways to look at data. I wanted to pick up on your early intervention, Michelle, on US exceptionalism. We have the spring meetings now. We have actually today finance ministers in the room.
Yeah.
Why is the US economy so strong? Some talk about soft landing. It seems there's no landing.
No landing, yeah. It's pretty amazing. And I think part of it is that expectations were too low. So part of the reason I think there continues to be this upside surprise is that there was too much pessimism about the ability of the US economy to handle this pretty exceptional 1-2 punch of both high inflation throughout 2021 and early 22, which was then combated with very high interest rates. And the US economy was able to navigate that very well, I think in large part thanks to the health of the consumer. So I would argue there's a few things. One, for the US, the interest rate sensitivity is lower in the US than other countries, in part because of the structure of the mortgage market, where there's vast majority of homeowners have 30-year fixed rate mortgages that are very low. So even though the Fed was hiking, the tightness in financial conditions was not showing up for all households. The second factor is that household balance sheets were healthy heading into this as well. We were still trying to find our way out of that financial crisis in 2009 with cleaning up the balance sheet, reserving a lot of liquidity, not only on households, but also banking sectors' balance sheets. And I think that helped in terms of lubricating some of these adjustments. And then I think the supply side is a big part of the story. In the US, productivity growth last year was a lot stronger. Labor force participation was a lot stronger. So we also got a nice support from getting more supply side enhancements. But now the question is, what does it do for monetary policy, right? Which is obviously a big theme throughout this weekend as well, is when you think about this desire to normalize interest rates and normalize monetary policy in the US, it's harder in a way because the economy isn't really allowing for that yet, but it may be allowing it for other countries.
Cool.
But that's very near term, and I'm sure you all are tired of having those conversations. So let's get big picture. And I want to throw it back to you, Wolfgang, in terms of how you concluded around this idea of strong growth, strong prosperity, but also sustainability in climate. What do you think the recipe is to see greater success on that front? And what would you point to in terms of the countries that have really succeeded?
Well, it's two key parts, right? One is what could you copy and what are easy low-hanging fruits?
Yeah.
You know, buildings, for example, right? Why can't be everybody like the Swedes? It seems Canada doesn't do it as well like Sweden, so that is something one can learn it as low-hanging fruit. There's obviously a lot of transitions in energy. If you look at the countries, and I showed you 4, but if you do a bit wider, the almost rich and clean, you have Costa Rica, you have France, you have Spain. There's only 2 ways you can get to that stage. One is in energy, that's renewables, and that's been scaling up, and there's obviously lots of lessons and lots of debates there, but that train is underway. And in Germany, where we had a hard time, we have reached 50% now renewables. We still have a lot of dirty energy, but that train is underway in many countries, and there's enough lessons to be learned. And I think China is playing a positive role because it helps to bring down the prices of solar, among others. And the other is still the innovation needed.
Yeah.
And there's obviously big talk about, you know, carbon capture and beyond. But it's also good to get this degree of realism, and I know the World Bank next development report will be a middle income, is that some countries will not go to zero. And probably we don't have to go to zero because the world can manage 10 or 20 gigatons if we have some innovation, but it can't stay at 60 gigatons. So that journey, and I think that's what also I predict, that the next years you'll see a slight decline in emissions, and that will change the narrative of one of possibilities and not of the world will be ending. So I think that is the broad part there. And, but for key emerging markets that should also benefit from the trends you outlined, I think it's important to keep that balance and to avoid some more the Western narrative that emissions have to be gone to zero. We created some of the challenge, but innovation can help actually to be disseminated so countries like China and India can be on a lower emission but high growth path.
No, sorry, you can ask me now. Sorry, I was going to jump back in.
No, perfect. I want to just say one point because I find it fascinating what Michelle outlined with categories and how you can predict consumers. And I want to pick on that up because we did quite some work there as well. Tell us a bit about the real-time data element in your work, because that's something I think with this frontier which you showed and some things which others haven't been doing. And it's, I think, 2 elements. One is that you have data right now and for the future, not from yesterday, and you have granular data like the ones on the clips you showed.
Yes, so I'm very happy, and I think both of us are very happy to talk about data the rest of this event, but you probably don't want us to do that. So to me, I think there's two points that you referenced. One is it's real time, so to be able to, I think, have a real advantage of understanding what's happening is to get to the pulse right now. And a lot of the data that we've relied on over the years is a bit backward looking. I mean, think about GDP. You find out what GDP is almost a quarter after it's over. And as a result, it's a great measure, it's an aggregate measure, but it's late. And then I think the ability to dig deep by location, so the granularity of the data, and also the ability to ask questions of it. So you can understand what's happening in a certain location, in a certain type of segment of spend today versus yesterday. Now, obviously with real-time data, it's high frequency, it's great, it's also noisy. So a big part of what we do is try to get the signal from that noise. And it's important, and you can, run an amazing chart and you pull great data and you're like, it's not giving me much. So you really have to get closer to it. And I know it's something you do in terms of, as you intro, the data has to sing, it has to perform. And I do think that's important in terms of being able to get the thesis out there.
Yeah, no, I could just fully support what you outlined, because I think that is the future. And don't believe anybody who starts a report or a speech and says there's not enough data. I think They have been lazy or not creative enough, and otherwise call Michelle. She'll help you.
And then I'll call all the data scientists around me, and they'll help us all.
But it is important to make sense of the numbers.
Yes.
There may be nonsense in the numbers, so you need to make sense of it. And I think that's the new creative space we are in. Some of you know I've been with the World Bank almost 25 years, and the World Bank is fantastic because it sets the base data. And I think, but now we should all help everybody, including the World Bank, to be a bit more innovative and to don't think that the perfect is the enemy of the good. Remember the days when we didn't have the navigator, you know, what did you do? Well, it was very painful to go to New York or to find this building here. Now you may be 3 minutes late because it schedules you 3 minutes early, and especially if you're with Uber, but that's okay. You know, it will get better.
Yeah.
The alternative is worse, and you need to have the same mindset. Have an imperfect GDP number, but on time, and then you improve on it, then be irrelevant. And I think that's what also Michelle's work has shown you today.
So we have 30 seconds left, and we are starting off, so we have to be on time. In the next maybe 10 seconds, what would you leave the audience with? And I'm happy to share some views as well.
Well, data and economics should also be entertaining. That's, I think, then we'll be successful.
All right, I'm just going to second that. We're going to go with that. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right.
Right here in the front.
Oh, look at this.
They're all here.
Yeah, everyone's here. Nice to see you all. Hello, my name is Adia Depitan. I am a TV journalist, Paralympic medalist, and also a TV presenter as well.
And a total superstar. Can we get a round of applause for Ade? Because that's what he really is. And I'm Andrea Vieira. It's a pleasure to be here. I used to be a journalist, but today I'm a founder and CEO of a small chain of businesses here in Washington, D.C. called the Nail Saloon. I am so excited to be here, and we are both so excited to be welcoming you all to the public forum of the 2024 Global Inclusive Growth Summit, which is organized by Mastercard Center for Inclusive Growth and also media partner DevEx. Let's give a big round of applause to them. I'm also thrilled to be welcoming so many people joining us from all around the world. And so I welcome you wherever you are. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, good middle of the night, if you're lucky enough to be in Hawaii. Thank you for joining us. Ade, it's your second time here. It's my first. Tell us why you're back.
Oh, why am I back? Because of the vibe, because of the energy of this place. And it's because, you know, last year I met so many incredible, intelligent people who have got the can-do attitude. That attitude of, we might need someone to fix it.
There might be a little rain coming here, but we're live, so we're going to go with it. Abundance. Rain is abundance in some places.
Yeah, climate change in action.
Yes,
right here.
It's affecting even theaters.
No, but it's that can-do attitude. You know, people here really want to make a difference and want to make a change, and it excites me. Yeah, I'm from a sporting background, and I love the idea of, you know, people collectively trying to make change. Yeah, I see this as like one of the greatest teams that we can put together. And it also reminds me of like my father, my late father. He used to say to me, Ade, you know your problem. Your problem is you think every day is Christmas. And that's what it feels like being around you guys. It feels like I know that every day can be a better day because we've got people who are the right-minded people who are really trying to create change.
I love it. I love it. It's the right spirit, Ade.
And Andrea, you're here for the first time. You know, tell me what you're expecting and what you're excited about.
I mean, I think for me, it's exciting on a really personal level, right? I am a woman. I am a Latina. I'm originally from Brazil. Shout out to Brazil watching.
Come on.
I am I'm an immigrant to the United States, and I'm a business owner. So inclusion is something that that hits all of those facets of my life. It's exciting to be in a room full of people who are so committed and passionate about creating positive change in our world. And it gives us the hope that we need during these kind of uncertain times, especially in a week like today, where so much is going on in town.
Yeah, so much is going on. And this is a big week in Washington, D.C. You've got the World Bank, IMF spring meetings happening just a few streets away. And it's really easy to get caught up in all the challenges happening around those discussions. But today is about something different. It's about solutions. It's about partnerships. It's about people coming together. It's about new faces, hearing new voices, and hopefully coming up with new ideas that's going to create equitable and amazing change all over the world. Now, we've got a fantastic session lined up with you today, some amazing speakers, and Andrea and I are going to be guiding you through today, and it's going to be a really, really special day, don't you think?
Yeah, it's going to be remarkable. You will want to be here, and when we give you cues of how short your breaks are for coffee, we really suggest, this is your first housekeeping, we suggest that when we give you the cues that you have 10 minutes that you come right back, because you won't want to miss any of the sessions we have.
Exactly, and, but before we get everything kicked off, I will need to start things off properly. We need to get things started properly. And to start things off, I feel like you need to welcome somebody you all already know. She is an incredible change maker, a fantastic force for good, and also wears some of the best suits I've ever seen.
True story.
The suits she wears are incredible. So please, ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together for founder and president of the Mastercard Center for Inclusive Growth, Shamina Singh. I told you.
Welcome to the Global Inclusive Growth Summit. I am so happy to see you all here. Guess what, everybody? We have about 7,000 people tuning in from 190 countries. We've got 500 people signed up, and they're waiting outside, and I just heard from security that some are using my name to say that they're allowed to come in, but we only have room in this theater for 200 of you, so we made it special. We want to make it intimate because we know that this is a gathering of people who are doing this work on the front lines. And speaking of the front lines, today we're also joined by former Utah governor, former ambassador to Russia, former ambassador to China, and now vice chairman of Mastercard and the new president of strategic growth at Mastercard, John Huntsman, is joining us today. So I want everybody to make him feel welcome today, too. It's also a special day because it's our anniversary. This is the 10th year of the Mastercard Center for Inclusive Growth. So, before you start saying happy anniversary or happy birthday or happy whatever, I want to tell you just a quick story of why we created the center and how that fits with the theme of bringing your complementary superpowers to this space today. I joined Mastercard 11 years ago with the CEO who said, let's try to figure out how to broaden our customer base for business purposes, but let's do it in a way that allows us to do well by doing good. Where are the people? What's the customer base we don't see yet? What's the customer base that's going to help us and help the world 10 years down the line? I joined to start digitizing social subsidy programs for the governments around the world. Now remember, 10 years ago, not very many phones, not very many internet connections. So we started in South Africa. In South Africa, mostly women, would travel 5 days to get their social subsidy payment paid in cash from the South African government. They would come, they would camp for 3 or 4 days and wait for the money trucks to come in, for the money, the government representatives to set up, and then for each one, by one, by one, by one, hand them their cash subsidy. Now you can imagine, we call it leakage, that's the nice word. By the time it got to these women, 30% of the money was gone. Then they had it in cash, had to go back 3 days to their villages or wherever they were located, and then guess who was waiting for them at the front door? Their husbands were waiting for them at the front door. So while they were able to take, maybe 90% of the money that they have to deliver and stash it under their mattress to send their kids to school, their husbands and sometimes their mother-in-laws got a little bit off the top to do whatever they were going to do with the money. It seemed like it was an insurmountable problem. The head of Africa for Mastercard at that time said, I think we have a solution. And that was to digitize that flow of payment. It sounds small, but that small change created enormous impact. By digitizing, by creating the connection between the bank, the government, the bank, a bank account, and the woman getting the money, it allowed the money to go straight to her, in her name, with her identification, so that she had the agency to own and spend that money the way she sees fit for her family. That one change 10 years ago allowed us, it is worthy of applause, because that one change 11 years ago created a revolution in digitization around the world. And we saw it during COVID. We saw that if you weren't digital during COVID, you had a much tougher time surviving COVID. Now we have phones. Now we have technology. But now we have the opportunity that we didn't have before to say to those women, not only was it to get you the bank account and get you the money so that you had agency, we had to build the digital infrastructure around you so that you could use your phone or use your card to go spend your money on groceries, to go spend your money on the things that, healthcare, on the things that you need for your family. Again, it sounds easy for us, but it is revolutionary for somebody who is living in a place that does not have access to internet, does not have access to a bank account, does not have access to the safety and security of cyber protection. But today, because of you all, mission-driven CEOs, purpose-driven companies, philanthropists and funders, academics, activists, and athletes. Megan Rapinoe is here today. Storytellers and truth tellers. The CEO of Wikipedia is here today. Frontline practitioners, proactive government representatives, the best of the bureaucrats, responsible, responsible data leaders, development financiers, faith-based changemakers. Cardinal Turkson is with us today. And of course, all of you watching, learning, and leaning in. Today is the day, this is the moment where we move from a moment to a movement. We see the impossible become possible, but only if we follow this advice. We listen with empathy. We meet each other with compassion, with decency. We act with a sense of urgency. And most of all, as I said last year from the stage, we go together. So let's go together today. And to kick off the day, I have the enormous pleasure to introduce somebody who needs no introduction, whose life and work and music are familiar to everyone in the room, and who started his foundation, the Elton John AIDS Foundation, to set itself apart with incredible ambition to end HIV and AIDS by 2030. I have to also share with you, sadly, he had to have a minor operation So it ultimately prevented him from traveling here today, and he was terribly disappointed. So a couple of days ago, I actually sat down with him, and we talked through some of these issues. So I invite you to listen to a conversation where he talks about his relationship with Ryan White, an American teenager who was banned from school following his diagnosis of AIDS, who became the inspiration for Sir Elton John to turn his own life around and establish his foundation. So, ladies and gentlemen, it is my extreme honor and pleasure to introduce to you Sir Elton John. Elton, welcome to Mastercard's Priceless Midnight Theater and to the Mastercard Center's Global Inclusive Growth Summit. We are delighted to have you. The audience in Washington, D.C. and all around the world who's watching are delighted to have you. Really, so glad you're here. Thank you for making time.
Thank you. Hi, everyone. I'm sorry not to be with you today in D.C. and around the world. I had to have a pesky knee operation, but I hope you're having an amazing and inspirational day. We need your optimism and solutions.
Thank you for that message. You know, let's talk a little bit about your journey to activism. We all know about the beautiful songs and the music and the career. What was your journey? What led you to start working in the field of HIV and AIDS?
It was Ryan White, basically. I learned about Ryan White in the 80s, and I was reading Newsweek magazine in a doctor's waiting room in New York, and I was outraged to find out what had happened to him and his family. So I got in touch with them, I helped them move, and we became friends for life. And at that point, I was using drugs and alcohol. And I was with Ryan and Jeannie and Andrea the week that he died in Indianapolis. The thing I loved about Ryan, he never complained about anything. He was such a positive person. He didn't blame or moan about his HIV status, even though he got it in the unluckiest circumstances of a blood transfusion. So it made a huge impact on me, because I would go back to the hotel room after a show, complain about the furniture and everything like that. My life was not in good shape. I was completely, my values had gone. And of course, being around the White family, my values suddenly really came in front of me, and I thought, you know, I'm living the wrong kind of life here. And I've never met a more inspirational family and a more generous and kind and forgiving family. And so 6 months later, after Ryan passed away, I got sober. And when I got sober, I was determined to give something back and put my energy into doing things for people with HIV and AIDS. And I hadn't done that much in the 80s. I'd done charity concerts and things like that, but I wasn't active enough. And so I was determined, when I set the foundation up in Atlanta, that we would do good work, we would keep it small, we would make sure that we didn't waste any money. And it's kind of mushroomed from there. And so far, we've given over $600 billion away, $600 million away, billion, I wish, 600 million to people around the world. And that's not with matching funds as well. So we've done really well. We've kept ourselves small, and the foundation is now, there used to be so many AIDS foundation, it's dwindled now. And it's kind of good in a way, because we all work together. All the AIDS people work together, World Health Organization, the Gates Fund, the Clinton Organization, the Clinton Foundation. We all work together, and so we've done very well. There's a great aspect that we could be finished by 2030, but we still have an enormous amount of work to do.
Yeah, it's a sprint and a marathon between now and 2030.
Yeah.
You know, I had the pleasure of meeting your husband, David, and it's actually, marriage is something we share in common, not with each other, of course, but I met my wife, Ashley, on a campaign in Texas, and I know that you have been married to David, and now you have two wonderful kids. How has that impacted your...
Well, it all came from me getting sober, which goes back to the Ryan White family and Jeannie and Andrea. And I put a lot of work, I put as much work into getting sober as I did to getting stoned and drunk. And 3 years after I got sober, I met David. And we've been together 30 years now. It'll be 34 this year. And it's been a wonderful I never thought I'd find love. I never thought I'd have children. I was always saying, I'm too selfish to have children. I'm too set in my ways. And he persuaded me that maybe I was not too set in my ways. And now we have two wonderful boys, Zachary and Elijah. And my life is like so far away from that before I met the White family, or when I went to Ryan's funeral. I was there that week. My life has changed so much. It's just wonderful. I don't have any desire to go back to that way of life at all. In fact, I love waking up in the morning, seeing my children. It's a dream. It's wonderful.
You know, I grew up in a small town in Chesapeake, Virginia, in the South, and I had 4 sisters, and we would, of course, play your music in our little house in the den. My father was a professor, and I always wanted to be Benny, but I always had to be the Jet. And so we would sing for hours and hours. And I think that little did I know then that I would be sitting with you here today, sharing a passion for work and sharing a passion for inclusive growth and development around the world. Talk to us a little bit more about how do you see us getting to eradicate HIV and AIDS by 2030? That seems so ambitious.
Well, we have to eradicate a lot of the stigma. We have to get PrEP out there, and we're very optimistic that we do. We've got to get people to go into got to get people to go into Walmart and get tested, which in this, people are afraid to go in the doctors. There's the stigma, I don't want to be seen going to the doctors and get it. So they can go into Walmart, get tested as if they were going shopping. And we've got to get PrEP out there. We've got to stop people feeling ashamed.
Yeah, the shame.
And that's been our biggest battle the whole time. But we're always working towards that and advocacy. And I think we can do it. I'm determined to do it. And with the help of the American government, who've been amazing with PEPFAR, we're very, very optimistic. But I say, you cannot take your foot off the accelerator. You must keep pressing, and you must keep trying to change the values and the opinions of people that think AIDS is dreadful and you can't live a normal life, and the shame associated with it. It's ridiculous what's going on.
It is ridiculous that that the stigma is the thing that's blocking the solution. And I think for the audience here, I know we're running out of time, but I think for the audience here, you're talking to a group of people who are practitioners. They're on the front lines of this work. They're living with helping people through stigma, dealing with the stigma.
They are the real heroes.
They
work day to day in the trenches. I mean, I'm a figurehead for what we do, and our AIDS Foundation is tremendous, and we have people walking in the trenches. The people that work day to day and help people and try and convince them to get tested, that's the thing. Get tested, and then you'll know your status. Once you know your status, you can live forever. Take 1 pill a day. Hey, I'd do that.
Well, with my last question is more of an observation, and that is, you have people listening and participating today from heads of state, you have central bank governors, you have people working for nonprofits all around the world, and we've all come together, like you said, to take our piece of the puzzle, to make sure that we're combining the best of what we do together to solve these global challenges.
Well, you need that. You need that. I mean, the great thing about the American government, it's a truly bipartisan thing, the AIDS thing and the PEPFAR thing. It's probably the only bipartisan thing that's going on at the moment. We've worked with Democrats and Republicans, and they've all been amazing. They've all been so helpful. They're still so energetic. They want to solve this as much as I do. I can't thank the American government enough for all the things it has done. Without PEPFAR, we would be in a terrible situation. That was George Bush, Republican president. And it's a pleasure. I went to Africa last year with David, my partner, and we went with Republicans and Democrat senators and congressmen. At this point, you put politics aside. This is about humans. This is about human condition and trying to be kind and give people hope. Our motto in the foundation is no one gets left behind. Whether you're a drug addict, whether you're a prison, whether you're trans, whether you're whatever, we are there for you. If you leave people behind, then you start getting into problems. We must help everyone.
You talk about bipartisan, and it does take all sides and all solutions. For those of us who are on the front lines and in the trenches, sometimes it's hard to keep up our hope and keep up our momentum. What's your message to all of us who are really working hard to make this a better place?
Well, the message of love and compassion is so important. Put your arms around people. Show them that there's hope. There is incredible hope with this disease. I mean, it's not as if you're facing the end of the world. We have a cure. We don't have a cure, but we have a solution to live a proper life and a never-ending life. And it's the more you put your arms around people and give them hope. You know, and we live in a crazy world at the moment, and it's a funny old world, and it's a very sad world in certain situations. But through that, the human spirit is a great spirit. And when everything comes down to the wire, people are generous, and people are good, and they're kind. And I've always found that. So put your arms around people, give them love, give them compassion. Tell them to get tested if they're not sure. That's the most important thing. Get tested, know your status, and then you can have a fabulous life. And you don't have to feel ashamed anymore.
Love and compassion.
Yeah.
Do the things you need to do to make sure you stay well.
Yeah.
Those are all great words of advice. Thank you again.
You're welcome.
Wow. Incredible. Shamina Singh and Sir Elton John there. Give it up for them one more time, please. So much to take from that. You know, first of all, put your arms around people. Feel the love. I think that's so important. And hope is the greatest fuel for us as the human race. Where would we be without hope? You know, I think it's so amazing. And also what was said there about some of the blockers to progress, and that's stigma and not allowing people to be who they are, who they really are. So before we can really progress, I think one of the messages I take, you know, with all the science, all the teamwork, all the knowledge that we have, first and foremost, we've got to allow ourselves and the people around them to be who they really are and to be their best selves. So thank you. That was wonderful. Really great to hear from Sir Elton John. Now, we're going to move on to our next panel. Chairs have been swiftly set, and you can't have a global conference on inclusion without discussing what's happening to the physical space around us. And to lead our discussion on the cutting edge of climate change is Nigel Topping, a UN climate change high-level champion. So can you, ladies and gentlemen, please welcome to the stage Nigel Topping.
Thank you, Aid, for that introduction. And we're really going to try and live up to the need to deliver some messages of hope, which is the fuel for driving change and inclusive growth. Morning, everyone. It's a pleasure to be with you. I think it's raining inside.
It's raining.
It's a blessing. It's raining.
Can't see anybody.
You know, I'm struck that the importance of hope in challenging times. You know, the famous American author F. Scott Fitzgerald once said that the test of a first-rate mind is the ability to hold two opposing truths in your mind at the same time and still retain the ability to function. And we know that there is a grim truth in the world in the state of the climate crisis and the state of geopolitics. But there is also a very positive truth, the truth of hope, that there are amazing leaders from all geographies and all sectors doing things, innovating, collaborating, and it's focusing on those which can give us cause for hope. So I'm really looking forward to exploring those stories of practical collaborative change, driving inclusive growth that we can all learn from. So we've got an amazing audience. We have a former president of Colombia, indigenous peoples leader, a director of the loan program in the States, and a philanthropic leader, Ivan Duque, Hindu Ibrahim Jigashar, and Rohini Nalakini and Nilekani. But let me start with you, Ivan. You've done a lot of work on tackling the issue of deforestation. So tell us a little bit about the sort of flavor of the work that you've done, and in particular, how you've made sure that's an inclusive process that's not just driven top down.
Well, thank you so much, Nigel. It's a great honor for me to be in this amazing panel with people that I admire and respect a lot. And let me begin by saying something. The world talks a lot about carbon neutrality. but we need to talk more about nature positive solutions. And the reason why this is so important is because without nature positive solutions, we're not going to accomplish the NDCs. And if it were a country, deforestation and negative use of land will be the second largest emitter of greenhouse gases globally. And when we think about the places of the world that are in danger, you have the Amazon basin, you have the Congo basin, you have some of the most important basins in Southeast Asia and many other places. But just think of the Amazon. The Amazon every year basically captures 10% of all the world greenhouse gases emissions. But we have lost in the last 4 decades the size of France and Germany together due to deforestation. And if the trend that we have of deforestation continues, in less than a decade, the Amazon is no longer going to be a contention wall, but it will become a net emitter. And we have to act now. So how do we act? And that takes me to 3 criteria. Market-driven, nature-based solutions. And you need to combine carrot and stick. So you need to tackle the environmental crimes. In most of the Amazonic countries, the environmental crimes don't have imprisonment sentence. So you need to say, we're going to be tough with those crimes, but you have to provide good incentives for those market-driven nature solutions, and those are connected with aggregated value chains. Simple. You need to guarantee that products like camu camu, acai, copo azul, sacha inchi from the Amazon have access to world markets because they are sustainable, they are scalable, and they provide a way of living with communities. So that's a solution that is needed. On the other hand, you need to use technology to tackle the main causes of deforestation. Illegal mining, illegal cattle, illegal wood, and illegal crops. And just on illegal mining, technology can help us identify where are those gigantic yellow machines located and tell that to the whole world so everybody is exposed how those machines got there, and use technology also to make those machines unoperable. And another solution that is very important, build natural conservation contracts with indigenous and local communities. Because we have to understand that we can do everything right in terms of carbon neutrality in the Western Hemisphere, but if we don't get the Amazon right, we won't meet the indicators that are our approach to 2030 and 2050. So I'll finish by saying that from our perspective, the concrete solutions start with one simple one. How do you expand your protected areas? And people tend to say, okay, 30 by 30, fine. But you know what? We were able to pass in Colombia from 13% protected areas to more than 30% in 2022. So we can do 20 before 30, 30 before 30, and that's a major achievement that most developing countries and the whole world needs to achieve. And second, create the market conditions so that biodiversity credits and nature credits can become a source of income for countries, communities, and indigenous groups. Those are specific elements that I will present.
Thank you. I mean, those extensions of protected areas are really impressive. And your last point reminds me of an event I was at last year looking at how do we roll out market solutions in Africa. And a community organizer stood up and said, what you need to remember right now is that there's a man in the forest with an axe trying to decide how to put put food on the table for the family. So if we don't change the incentives, the axe wins, right? So a great example. Thank you, Ethan. And I might come back to you later to talk a bit more about the importance of markets. Let me turn now to Rohini and the role of philanthropy. We have a complete mix here of different sectors. And Rohini, you've been a huge advocate. I know you're also an author and a publisher, and we may come back to talk more about education. But tell us a little bit about some of the examples of how philanthropy can play a catalytic role in driving inclusive growth.
Yeah, no, I think philanthropy is very critical right now as risk capital, and to help especially social entrepreneurs to innovate so that then the markets and the state can pick up and scale once those opportunities, because social entrepreneurs are very, very close to people and communities at the first mile where the problems are. And so I think philanthropy really needs to step up. Today, globally, only about 2% of all philanthropy goes into climate and the environment. And I agree that we need to really step up looking at biodiversity and conservation, along with thinking of other things for mitigation. So I think the risk capital, the ability to be to have patient capital, just the ability to allow people to experiment over time. And then I think plays a very critical role right now. In my philanthropy in India, climate and environment is my largest portfolio. And we have wonderful civil society organizations doing everything from great new data and research gathering to actually working with tribal and forest communities to ensure that they get their rights. So there's a whole spectrum there. And right now we have started something called the India Climate Collaborative to help drive, along with the government in many cases, the agenda to move forward on our NDCs, to open up new opportunities for our energy transition, and also to work with our communities, because in India, as climate risks begin to show, and we all know they're already here, it's going to be our poor and vulnerable communities that are going to get hit the most. So one of the things, an organization I support, and I'll stop here because there are too many examples, is called SEEDS. And what they do is they've helped communities. They've looked at the 150 most vulnerable climate spots in India, and they work with communities there to say, what is your loss potential? If something happens, what do you stand to lose? And they get that attested in advance, so that if, God forbid, an event happens, the government can respond in the right way to address the loss that those communities are going to incur. So there's a lot of such innovation happening in India, which we hope can be shared everywhere, and philanthropy must support it. I think there's too much wealth hanging around in the world all dressed up with nowhere to go. It should come out.
And Rohini, I know we have very little time, but you just touched on the fact that some of the work is back with communities and technology, and some of the work is communities engaging with government. So it seems to me that nearly everywhere that we're innovating, there's an element of collaboration that we can't, if we don't bring communities with us. And I want to turn to Jigar Shah now, as the director of the Loan Program Office in the Department of Energy in the States, now overseeing one of the most ambitious allocations of capital to climate solutions in the world. So Jigar, tell us a little bit about some of the cutting edge solutions that you're applying in this, and in particular, how you're working with communities on the way.
Yeah, no, thanks for including me here. Look, I think that energy has been the key to human flourishing for a very long time, right? So I think this is something that we frankly measure around the world, right? Access to electricity, access to energy, and people find energy, right? Whether it's their own human energy, or whether it's diesel power, or whether it's whatever it is that they need to do, wood, et cetera. And so I think part of what we're trying to figure out how to do is to democratize that, that innovation scale, right? I mean, the Department of Energy has long been the best organization in the world at innovation and research, right, with the 14 national labs, et cetera. But what you find is that, you know, raw capitalism ends up only supporting companies that have already dominated in the energy space, right? Because they have a balance sheet, they have the ability to borrow money to do the next thing. And so our loan office has been essential to innovators and entrepreneurs to be able to, you know, get across that valley of death. We build the bridge to bankability. And so when you think about what we've accomplished in the past, where we did all the, you know, largest solar and wind projects in the United States, we provided essential debt capital. Today, those have crossed the bridge to bankability. Now you see many countries around the world deploying those technologies using more traditional commercial finance. That wouldn't have occurred had it not been for our intervention earlier. I think today what we're finding is that what America is quite good at, and many entrepreneurs, frankly, around the world are quite good at, is small is beautiful as opposed to bigger is better. And so we have transformed what we're doing at the Loan Programs Office to be able to fund, you know, thousands of $10,000 deployments instead of one large $1 billion project, right? And so that was this Project Hestia deal that we were doing where 25% of all those deployments are in Puerto Rico. They're creating microgrids for every single home, and so that they're far more resilient. And the average income that is deploying these things are now at or below the average income of Puerto Rico, right? So, so it's actually quite an inclusive movement that's occurring. We separately did a microgrid at a tribal nation in California, and what they were looking for was that resiliency that they needed so that they weren't shut off from power during a wildfire event or something else, right? And I think one of the challenges that we have today internationally is that there continues to be this feeling amongst many of the development banks that it's not worth helping people unless we can build them a modern grid powered by nuclear power, like connected throughout the entire sort of part of, Western Africa or Eastern Africa or whatever it is, right? And I mean, I think it's just a travesty that we think that way, right? When you think about all of the devices that we have innovated around where we can give people access to modern energy for $12, right? We can give people access to modern energy for, $10,000 at a birthing clinic where, right now they're giving, like birth to cell phone light, right? Like these things are things that we can just solve next week. It's not a lot of money. They have it all in their Bezos Earth Fund that they've committed to USAID or to this or that. But I feel like we have this desire to do this thing that'll take 30 years that's fairly impossible to do given local conditions. When we have technologies today that we've invented over the last 10 years, they're ready to deploy at scale now, right? So for us as the government and the loan program, we're responsive to what innovators and philanthropies and others want to do. You don't want us telling everybody, this is how you shall do it. You really need that entrepreneurial energy and those ideas coming from the marketplace, and then for us to be backing them.
And it's really interesting. It seems to me that there's a sort of truism that what gets measured gets managed, and then often I think that often leads to what's easy to measure gets managed, and that's not necessarily what we want. So that, for example, can often mean that we measure deployment of capital rather than numbers of human lives made resilient. That's a very active conversation here in DC right now. I think the multilateral banks have tended to obsess with deployment at the expense of impact, which is harder, right? Because you have to break things up and be more nuanced. So really interesting to hear that you don't have just one overarching program. You've got these broken down so that you're addressing the different needs of different sectors of community, not just the big 30-year nuclear mega projects. Thank you. And that's a really good link to Hindu. Hindu, first of all, congratulations. I know you've just been elected as the chair of the UN Permanent Forum on Indigenous Peoples' Issues. And I know you're still an ambassador for the UN Climate Champions, which we did a lot of work together, so that's great. The call for genuine involvement and inclusion in decision-making programs of communities and particularly indigenous peoples has been around for a long time. Tell us a little bit about where you see progress being made, where indigenous peoples are being involved in decision-making progress, and how that's improving the quality of the solutions as well as the quality of lives.
Thank you, Nigel. Good morning. It's really a great pleasure to be with all of you here. So, indigenous peoples are already leading by example. We do not wait for anyone. We're already protecting 80% of the world's biodiversity. And we do that just as duty. We are not doing that as job or as someone asking us, because we know the importance of nature, the interconnectivity between all the ecosystems. And that's where we need the collaboration, where we need to sit all together. So where I'm seeing that, having this panel is already like a good example. But are we implementing what we are saying? So this is where we are missing. So we need to rebuild this trust. The community like mine, when we talk at the COP28, we have to go away from the fossil fuel, we have to invest on nature, we have to protect nature. And when I go back home, we're experiencing more than 132 Fahrenheit. So it's like unbelievable how you can live on that. And it's not because we are nomadic, we cannot get access to the AC to live, because it is about our life. It is about our food, our access to the water. It is about the survival of all the peoples. So we need to rebuild the trust. What we are saying have to respect what we are doing on the ground. And now we are talking about the just transitions. I really love what you all said here. But just transitions, that's the way that is going. We need a critical minerals to pass from one side to another one. All the critical minerals are in the high spot biodiversity, who are the home of indigenous peoples. Do we have a measure how much we have to extract again? For our electric vehicle, of course. But how about the people who do not have water to drink? Are we thinking about sharing that back? So that's where indigenous peoples wanted to be in the tables, to say, listen, you want to have a just transitions, we are there to guide you. We cannot continuously doing what's happened in the past. When we discover oil, we say we have the right solutions, and then we have to go far from the call. And at the end of the day, climate change, biodiversity loss, and everything. So now, if we want to have a just transition, it has to be just, equitable, sharing with all the countries. Developing nations, Latin America, Africa, Asia, have all those minerals. Developed nations wanted to have this mineral. Okay, let's sit down together. Let's discuss together. And indigenous peoples must be in the tables because it is our home. We are talking about our mineral. We are talking about our biodiversity. So we need to set this discussion, either we like it or not, but in which condition and how are we going to do that? So indigenous peoples have this solution for you. You come sit with us and we can tell you.
So we've only got about 5 minutes left. Let's have a quick whiz round, just a quick follow-up question for each of you, and just a sort of 1 minute answer. Ivan, you talked about the importance of markets. I know you're on the board of the ACME, the African Carbon Markets Initiative. Say a little bit about the importance for communities and countries, in emerging communities and countries, of those voluntary carbon markets and the role of ACME and organizations like that.
I'm going to connect the dots of many things that have been said here that are very interesting. The fact is that the world is highly indebted. So when you look at debt to GDP ratios on average in the world, they're above 90%, which means that there's very limited fiscal space for countries to finance all the climate action. And then you ask how much is needed for regions to achieve what they want to achieve. Just Africa needs to invest almost $2.8 trillion in the next 7 years just to achieve the NDCs. So is that money going to come from donors, bilaterals? I don't think so. Is that money going to come from government budgets? I don't think so. So where's that money going to come from? And that's the role that the market plays, because you do have people that are saying, we want companies and even countries saying we want to buy the credits. So you need to have the projects that allow through credits to massively mobilize capital and accelerate energy transition, clean cooking, protection of ecosystems, recovery, and so on. And we have taken lessons. So we have to improve integrity, we have to include good accounting, but we also need to ensure that communities are empowered to achieve what they want to achieve. And I think that's what the Africa Carbon Markets Initiative intends to do. Take the lessons, improve the standards, improve the integrity, improve the accounting, but make possible a massive mobilization of ESG investment that can help the countries achieve their NDCs. So that's why I support the initiative. I've been participating with our own lessons. And as I have said it, and I know it can be controversial, I said, if voluntary carbon markets did not exist, we will have to invent it. Because it has been an effective mechanism to mobilize capital, while in many other conversations, there are a lot of pledges, but not few disbursements.
Yeah, and I think this is a good example, a sort of macro example of Hindu, what you talked about in terms of having the right voices around the table. If all of the standards and conversations are only done in the sort of elite halls in London and Washington, D.C., and not involving and including the genuine voices of those communities who stand for benefit, then they'll be skewed a particular way. Thank you. Rohini, I mentioned earlier, you're as well as all your philanthropy, you're an author and a publisher. We know that there's a whole generation that is growing up increasingly well-educated in the very worry, very troubling, frightening science of climate change. Say a little bit about the importance of education in terms of giving more agency to young people of all the different ways that they can be involved in forging the positive solutions.
Yeah, I think it's both an aging world and a very young world. India is a very young country, and our young people have to carry the hope, because without hope you cannot act. So I think one of the things education has to do is to reduce the nature deficit that especially urban children have, because when you're connected with nature, you begin to get back from nature the hope you need to act. So throughout our education work, of course, we do try to ensure this interdisciplinary approach. But I think you're right that young people need to find hope, and hope in order to act, not hope as idle sort of optimism, but hope so that hope is the new religion, you know, and that's a religion that doesn't divide. It unites us all. But think, today there are 8 billion people, all of whom have realized that we are in this together, and we're in it, we float together or we sink together. And imagine when 8 billion people have a common project, what would humanity do? And I want us to remember that, and not that doomsday is around the corner, because human beings always innovate.
Thank you. And it does seem to me that absolutely sometimes we don't seem to have much faith in ourselves,
yes,
or self-confidence. So, Jiga, just briefly.
But also in our empathy and in our ability to turn empathy to compassion. I'm all for markets, all for the state, all for everything, but we are all human beings first. And if we can activate our empathy, just like Sir Elton John said, I think miracles can happen.
So we need empathy and engineering.
Empathy and technology. I'm all for technology.
Just very briefly, because I know Raheen's got very keen on some exponential initiatives. Yes. One of the things, just say a little bit about how the IRA and the work you're doing is not just deploying technology in the States, but driving costs down, which will then be make technology more available all over the world.
Well, if you don't mind, maybe I'll answer a slightly different question that Hindi brought up. I think, you know, when the president passed the IRA and the bipartisan infrastructure law, one of the things that we were mandated to do were these community benefits plans, right? And so one of the loans, we've done about $20 billion loans in critical minerals and batteries. And one of the loans we did was with Syra Resources, which get graphite from Mozambique into Louisiana for final processing. I think when you look at the level of engagement that we did with indigenous peoples there, made sure that folks who live in Mozambique are the ones getting the jobs there, making sure they're being paid a fair wage, making sure that women have the right to work there as well. We're all under a nonprofit that, you know, is continuously improving the process out of London. I don't think this is perfect, but I do think that ensuring that that hard work is being done has also allowed the US to compete favorably against any of the other countries around the world who want those critical minerals, because I think countries see that we're doing things in a far more serious way than many other countries are doing.
Really interesting that I think that higher standards in terms of environmental and social integrity and indigenous people's engagement could actually end up being a market advantage. Hindu, I know we're at time, but just a final thought from you on how to build and maintain trust between you know, I remember in Dubai, for me, one of the highlights was the call to action on food, which had leaders of indigenous peoples, smallholder farmers groups, and major food companies all supporting one call to action. It felt like there was a really palpable shift in trust there. How do we build that and maintain it? Just briefly.
We can build this trust in both sides. We trusted peoples, but they are not trusting us. Direct access finance without intermediaries. All the people who wanted to invest on indigenous peoples, because it is an investment. When you give a direct access finance for an indigenous person, it is not only the bilateral benefit, it is everyone that benefits. So there is no way that you just, we trust you, we protect 80% of the world's biodiversity. You should trust us to give us your billion that you have flowing up that we do not see on the ground to the communities. Then of course we can manage that. Maybe we are not a bankers who can do all the Excel that you are expecting, but we are a good people who can protect the nature, who know how to plant the trees, who know how to harvest, who know how to protect you. So we trust you, you trust us. Give us the direct access finance and we can do the job.
Great. So thank you all for lots of wonderful examples of if you like, I think that the sort of alchemy of combining technical expertise of all various sorts and human empathy to come together to drive inclusive innovation, to drive inclusive growth. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank the whole panel.
Fantastic. All right.
Thank you.
Thank you so much for our last panel. That was incredible. It was fascinating listening to that. One of the things I take from it is, if there was a church of hope, that's the new religion that I'd be joining. I think that's so important that we have to continue that theme of hope and trust as well.
Yep.
You know, I think if we're going to deal with the existential threat of climate change, we need trust. We need to gain the trust of the global south. For too long, the global north has done as we pleased and not really had to face the consequences. And this is a massive, massive challenge. Now listen, before we move on, I know this is a hot ticket in Washington, D.C. Everyone wants to be here. Everyone wants to be in these seats. But I've been reliably told that there is overflow seating at the Milton Theatre. So if you haven't got a seat here and you need somewhere to sit, head to the Milton Theatre. Someone outside will guide you in that direction to get some overflow seating. Before we move on to the next section, which is on women's capital and getting money into small businesses, Andrea, tell us about yourself. You have a small business. You're a small business owner. You know, talk to us about the pitfalls, what it's like, and, you know, trying to get capital as well.
I mean, look, everybody who knows anything about small business knows that raising capital is a very hard thing for anybody in business, but it's especially hard for women. I mean, and there's such a dichotomy, right? Because look, here in the US alone, women own 39% of all businesses. Okay, the tune of the revenue of those small businesses generates about $2.7 trillion annually. So that's quite a bit of money. From 2019 to 2023, women-owned businesses outpaced the growth of women-owned businesses outpaced men by 2 to 1. Male-led businesses. But here's what's curious. Women get access, if anybody could take a guess of the percentage of access to venture capital that female, there it is, 1.9%. I mean, that's a bit of a mind meld, right? That's a little bit of a hard one to swallow. Globally, the story is not very different. Women own 1 in 3 businesses, but in every region of the world except for North America, women have lesser access to financial services than men do. So how can you get access to such needed capital for your business when you're a woman, when you don't even access to basic banking? It's a huge problem. It's why I'm so excited for the next panel.
Yeah, no, thank you for sharing some of that knowledge as well. It's such a weird conundrum, you know, when women bring so much to the table.
Yeah, give a woman $1, we've all heard it.
Yep, we need to change that. And as you say, to continue this discussion, we're going to have a fantastic panel, and I'd like to invite Rosario Dawson, Ashoka, I love it, Fatuma Bar, and Melinda French-Gates to the stage.
Please give them a warm welcome.
Wow.
Well, as we just heard Andrea say, it is really hard for women to get their businesses capitalized, both in the United States and around the world. And yet there is so much opportunity. So we are sitting here at the World Bank meetings where a lot of macro issues are being discussed about policy and finance. We also, though, as a group of women, want to bring to light what is possible and what we see when you connect women-led entrepreneurs or businesses to funds. So I'm going to start first with Fatoumata. Please talk a little bit about your business. You left the tech industry to start a venture capital fund. You capitalized many businesses across Africa. Tell us a bit about that business and what you're seeing in your work.
Thank you, Melinda. Hi, everyone. It's a pleasure being with you today. Well, 11 years ago, I indeed co-founded what is today Africa's largest e-commerce marketplace, which later became the first unicorn, and we got public a few years back. We were praised and celebrated, but at that time I actually could not sleep at night because what was keeping me awake was really some rather shocking numbers. So as you know, in the African continent, we create roughly 3 million jobs per year when we need to create 3 million jobs per month to be able to give decent economic opportunities to your youth. But the way it's done is quite striking because you have the highest entrepreneurship activity for female in Africa, so at 26%. Yet, that's where you have the highest funding gap. I think the African Development Bank says that we have a $42 billion funding gap for female entrepreneurs in Africa. And if we were to bridge that gap in any ways, McKinsey says that by 2025, we'll unlock 300 billion extra GDP, which is huge for Africa. It's like 10% extra GDP. It's like 10 times the GDP of my country, Senegal. So that's how we started. And Django means tomorrow in Fulani because we were dreaming of a world that was more equal, especially in terms of access to capital. And we were launched with a vision to be the largest gender equal tech fund. And a few years down the line, we have been able to deploy more than 35 million euros in 18 businesses that are female-led in Africa that have now created 20,000 jobs and provided access to essential services, products, or even financial services to 6.5 million people in Africa. And that's really what today is making me happy to hear.
Yeah, so the multiplier effect, which is I think what we're here to discuss also. And for instance, one thing our foundation did recently is we surveyed 100,000 women in Kenya and Nigeria, 2 other countries on the continent. And the number one thing they said they wanted was access to capital because they had a small business or had an idea to create a business. So when you think about the knock-on effect for jobs and what it does for the economy, it's enormous, as you said. Rosario, you are also an activist and you work in West Africa on fashion. Tell us a bit about how you see this issue and how it's playing out in your business.
Well, we first off just want to say it's wonderful to be here as well, specifically talking about this issue because it is absolutely striking that there is no equity, there is no gender equality in any country on this planet. So this is an issue that needs to be addressed worldwide. And I'm always curious to see which ism has a preference, racism, sexism, capitalism. And in this one, we know we are leaving $6 trillion on the table by not investing in women. And so obviously then the sexism is winning. And that's something that's got to change because the math isn't mathing and we all need a lot of support. We've seen a lot of countries suffer over these just past couple of years and so many things turning down. So as we see that 2% in investment, that goes to women at all, and it's only 0.006 that goes to women of color here in the United States. We clearly have our work to do worldwide. So my business partner, Abrima, and I, we're both New Yorkers. I took her to Democratic Republic of Congo in 2011. I'm on the board of V-Day. V, formerly the Evensler of the Vagina Monologues, was started at a place called the City of Joy in the Congo after meeting now Nobel Prize winner Denis Mukwege, who has been working against fistula, FGM, and the terrible atrocities that happen to women with rape because of conflict mineral mines in the Congo, because that's where the coltan, tungsten, tin that is in all our cell phones is still coming from the majority. And we saw like the space that was built by these women, that was designed by these women, they were being supported to understand they were no less Congolese and important just because they were women. They started voting, they started doing their own businesses, they started getting into agriculture. And this is not just regular agriculture, they're doing sustainable, regenerative agriculture. That's one of the things when you invite women into the space, they tend to really address social issues in a very large way. And the effect has been tremendous. There's over 2,000 graduates from that space. But what we saw was that women were being invested in, and then they were investing in their communities. And so we started Studio 189 to do that exact same thing. Abrima came from a background from Hermes and Bottega Veneta, and it was like, so when we get something from a country like Italy that is told to us to have value, we automatically, we raise our price. But when it comes from someplace, any country in Africa, we think it's charity, and all of it suddenly plummets. A huge problem, and it's so our whole motto is charity, is work, not charity, and it's very much about knowing that investing in women has an absolute accumulative effect. So just a couple of examples. Helen, who started working with us, we got our first grant. We kind of soft launched in 2013. Helen was the first woman that we hired. We got a grant that allowed us to get our sewing machine and get her to work with us, and she was very timid and shy. Then we were able to open up a factory with the UN Ethical Fashion Initiative in North Kaneshi. She didn't want to work in the factory. She was very nervous about that. She ended up working in the factory, assisting the manager there, becoming the manager, going to school, meeting her husband. She went to Blue Cross University to get her designer degree. She moved into our space that we had a Studio 189 sort of place to be near by the factory. She ended up taking that over. She has her own business now. She's paying for her kids to go to college. Same thing with Aggie, our first batiker, who's now her daughter's getting her master's degree. She was able to move from Cape Coast to the outskirts of Ghana to Accra. And we've seen that over and over again from the housemaid that we work with. Like every single one, we speak into them. And that's a lot of what we keep encountering. It's not just access to capital, it's the resources, it's the network, it's the community, it's the encouragement. Because getting those funds is really critical, but they also tend to be women who are taking care of the family, who have a lot more response. So the school fees and being able, not having infrastructure, so you can't even, the roads aren't usable. Like there are so many obstacles just to even getting to work with climate change that is continuing to affect, with instability with countries. We were getting materials from a country that had just had a coup d'etat. And these folks like got on a motorcycle and still brought it because they needed that money. And so the interest is there, and as you were saying, in Africa, across the continent, 1/4 of the women are entrepreneurs. That is tremendous. And so investing in those women, I've been able to see that individually, one-on-one, what an impact that can make. And we're trying to make a change in fashion in general because it's the second largest polluter on the planet. And our small little company can't make that dent, but we continue to work with and push the larger retailers around us to make an impact and a difference that can, again, kind of scale down to everyone.
I love the point that you're making, that we see women take the money and invest in other places, health, education of their children, something for the community. And you're right, it's in the group collective often that women find the strength and support. India, so many countries want to move from low to middle income. Of course they do. And if you think of India that made that transition in 2006, one of the things they did many years ago were to start women's self-help groups. And then they realized if they started to give access to capital to those women, they would start numerous businesses. So they now have loans out to 42 million women-led businesses. And it was some government funding of small loans with a decent repayment rate, not a 40% interest that you pay back literally every week. I see that in Africa. But they started to see it work at scale. And when you look at countries like India or Peru, it was to go from low to middle income, it was part of getting this part of the informal economy working. So I'm going to turn to you again, Fatoumata. And can you talk a little bit about what you see with your venture fund, what types of businesses women are bringing forward, and then what the knock-on effects are as well?
Well, when it comes to gaps, I mentioned the funding gap, but there are so many other gaps that we see and that we are trying to tackle and to solve with those female entrepreneurs. So, for instance, in terms of geographies, you have today 4 countries that are concentrated more than 90% of the VC funding, and we invest under the assumption that tech can help leapfrog development, which means it's even more needed in fragile states. So, what we do specifically about it is, for instance, today our portfolio is 54% francophone, usually francophone entrepreneurs, female or male, attract between 3 to 8%. So it's a massive change for them. The second thing that's very important is when you're trying to raise capital in Africa, usually it's easier if you do financial services or energy. But if you are trying to do education, healthcare, or fashion, again, it's tougher. And that's why often has been sector agnostic and backing entrepreneurs doing all sorts of tech or tech-enabled platforms in all sectors, because we believe that tech is really an horizontal. Another thing that's very important is really the ticket size, right? So if you're trying to raise as a female entrepreneur for the first time, you may have friends or family money, or if you have a large business, you may have banks or PE, but we see a missing middle between, for instance, we invest between 50,000 and 5 million euros to take them from the idea stage to a growth stage. And just to give you a concrete example, I'm just back from Nigeria. I flew from Lagos, where I was at the beginning of the week, and we backed their Anu, who launched a platform called Sabi. So Sabi was launched 2.5 years ago under the belief that you have all these small mom-and-pop store owners in Nigeria and overall across Africa that need to access quality inventory and then to sell it to their own customers. So just digitizing that. So in less than 3 years, she has almost 200,000 SMEs trading on the platform. 75% are female. And most excitingly for us, because basically they are able to have sales history on the platform, it's like a track record for them to build credit scoring. So now they have access to funding and they're able to scale. And when you survey them about the impact, they don't tell you I was given digital tools. They tell you now I make maybe twice average Nigerian salary, and I can be, I have gained power and dignity in my household. And this is really what keeps us going. And on the financial side as well, because to me, it's a matter of equity, but it's also a business case. Women entrepreneurs are bankable. So my impact fund is supposed to return between 2 and 3% and 3 times the capital in 10 years to our backers. With Sabi, we are able to return 10 times in 2 years. So they are here. We need to trust them. Ideas are here, the talent is here, but the inequality and the access to capital isn't here at scale. So I'm hoping that today, through this conversation and many that are happening around the spring meetings, we'll be able to unlock also at macro level.
Great. That's so great. I love the market returns, because I think when we see strong market returns, then you start to see other investors crowd in because it's good business. And who's doing the buying these days in middle and high income countries? It's women. Women are the ones that have the buying power, that purchase things for their children, purchase things for the household, purchase things for themselves. So, and yet there's still so much bias in the system. Yeah. And I want to talk about that a little bit, Rosario, because even if you bring it home here in the United States, talk a little bit about some of the biases that you see.
Oh, it's tragic. I mean, we have Voto Latino. We are the largest youth voter organization. We, 60% of the women that are young women that we register tend to be non-college graduated. And, their first thing that they're worried about is housing. All of them are concerned with reproductive rights. And no one's speaking to them, and they can't tell you which party is even trying to take it, because they're so overwhelmed and so stressed with their day-to-day, their now, that they can't even fathom what's happening outside of that sphere and how that can make an impact. And so for me, that's one of the things we talk about, is that we do have avenues to make a difference and an impact, voting obviously being one of them. But we need to, the systemic change that we need to do worldwide is critical, and we need people hitting on that. But we need to be very targeted and specific. So I'm working on a film in the cannabis space. I got Colin Kaepernick to co-produce it with me, a short film, talking about women in cannabis. Now, this is 30,000 practitioners are working. We've got 6 million people who are using for 15 different types of ailments. We've got now suburban women across America who are taking their gummies before they go to bed. There's the stigma is gone, and yet people are still in jail. Last Prisoner Project is still trying to get people's rights expunged and get people out. This is a specific space that we know when you talk about the war on drugs, where it's very, very clear that women of color should be leading. They should have 50% of that space. And when we get into cannabis, it's even worse, those numbers. There's billions of dollars, only 1% is going to communities of color, and when it goes to women, it's barely, you can't even know what that number is, it doesn't exist. Raising $100,000 is like a big deal. So this is like something that I'm very excited about because it gets a very tangible result that we can start looking and how can we invest, how can we deschedule cannabis. Amber Center, who's someone I've invested in, is here today. They're doing lobbying in Congress today, talking specifically about descheduling and making a big impact because this is something that we've seen that's affected communities for generations. And so for me, it's that we have to be multi-pronged about our approach. We have to invite women into the conversation. That's what we're trying to do with Voto Latino. I've invested in like my friend's company, Ebby, Empowered by You. Her whole thing is, that just be so good that they can't ignore you. But that's a wonderful thing. It's a Steve Martin quote for those who know. But we have to make it very clear to folks that they're leaving not just money on the table, but they're leaving progress on the table. They're leaving opportunity on the table, and that's going to be something that's going to affect us not just in our millennium goals and our climate change kind of goals, but just our human goals. Like what is possible for our kids to feel hopeful? Because it's daunting and really scary to see young people. So the mental health is through the roof. We've seen that in tremendous ways. And these are kids who are looking at having a shorter lifespan, shorter access to capital, shorter progress in their own potential, success in their own lives than their own parents and their grandparents. So we're heading in a downward trajectory, and we have a lot of opportunity through online portals, through digital, being able to understand that the systems of monetary stuff has all been created at the top, but we need to create something from the bottom up that meets people where they're at.
Yeah, I love the connecting the grassroots to the top down. One of the things you brought up was women's reproductive rights. We know that there is literally no country in the world that has not gone from low to middle income or middle to high income without making sure first women have access to birth control. And if you roll that back, if you roll that back, then women can't get an education. They can't finish their degree. They can't start a business. So we have to start with women's health and then education and jobs. I think back in our own country in the United States, when I was growing up and 10 years old, was the first time that women were able to open a bank account without their husband's signature.
In the 70s, it's so crazy.
In the 70s, in this country. So we have to break down and change these laws and change what is possible. And I loved what you said. The foundation put out a white paper recently that says women are asking us for $1.7 trillion of capital because they know they can turn it into $6 trillion. And that is something that the World Bank can do. Just to close out here, Fatoumata, close us out with the most hopeful story you've seen in the last few years on the continent of a woman entrepreneur.
Well, I actually wanted to leave you with two things, and I think it's some of all the stories that I've seen. The first thing is we've built the case and showed you the case on how female entrepreneurs, especially African female entrepreneurs, were a solution to bring financial returns and social returns, but also in terms of environmental returns. I wrote a white paper for the World Economic Forum a couple of years back showing that there's a growing body of evidence showing a correlation between having more women managers in companies and the carbon footprint trajectory. And for instance, you have studies showing that when you have 1% more female managers, in general, the trajectory of carbon reduction goes by 0.5% down. So women can even be a solution for climate change. And what I've seen over the years is we have all the ideas, the talent is here, but the speed and scale are missing. So I think this is really a call to action, to have a higher sense of urgency. With compounding challenges, we're always seeing the female gender equality agenda, sliding, because we have wars and we have inflation, but it actually has to be center stage, because it can be a solution for all the compounding challenges, and I wanted to leave you with that.
Great. So just to finish, I would say I think what you've heard from us is that if with the speed and the scale, if we capitalize women and we open up their entrepreneurial nature and their possibility, we're going to have an amazing compounding effect around the world. Thank you, Rosario. Thank you, Fatima.
Yeah, I was just going to say, and the numbers are there. 10% more return on those loans and 10% higher than their male counterparts in revenue. So let's go.
There you go.
Thank you, thank you. Once again, please give it up for Rosario, Melinda, and Fatoumata. I told you that today was all about solutions, and we've heard one of the solutions, or some of the solutions there in that incredible session. You know, the way the world is at the moment, it feels like we're stuck. It feels like we're not moving where we should be. There's so many things clogging it up, and one of the answers I heard today is invest in women. If we invest in women, we can unclog the world and change things. Invest. I'm going to move on to our next guest, and while they've met many times before, never have they shared the stage publicly before. So I'd really like you to put your hands together and give a warm welcome to the UN Deputy Secretary General, Amina J. Mohammed, Prime Minister and Co-Chair UN SDG Advocate Mia Motley, and Co-Founder of World Data Lab, Homi Kamas, to the stage.
Well, what a wonderful treat it is to be with, two of the most inspirational people on this issue of investment. Nothing's going to happen without investment.
That's right.
Both of you have been real leaders in this. DSG, you've been the architect of the Sustainable Development Goals. You've been the mover of the SDG stimulus plan. You've talked a lot about international financial architecture reform. Prime Minister, you've been spearheading the Bridgetown Initiative. You've created political momentum and given a voice to developing countries in a way they've never had before. It's a massive pleasure to have you both on the stage. So I wanted to start actually with you, Prime Minister, because you're dealing with real people. You're dealing with real problems. No. We're just that's just the talk shop, you know.
I asked you to be nice.
Yeah. So tell us. You have a program. You have an agreement with the IMF, Barbados. It's a country with significant levels of debt. You've got a program. You say you're going to run 3.4% primary surplus every year to bring your debt levels down, yet your people are demanding all kinds of other things. How do you balance these two kinds of this tension between doing what you feel you want to do for the people and yet maintaining a certain amount of discipline in your overall accounts?
It's challenging, there's no doubt about it. And when we came to office, Barbados was the third most indebted country in the world, debt to GDP per capita. And within 1 week, we determined that we had to restructure our debt. And mercifully, I was not subject to a common framework. If not, I'd be dead. And that's the first thing I want to say, because the common framework is not working. And as Amina said this morning earlier, it's not transparent. We set about the task of restructuring our domestic and external debt. And the month after we finished, COVID came. And we were then confronted with a second structural adjustment as a result of being a highly tourism-dependent country when people could not move. We have argued that you're asking us to choose, as Hobson's choice, to choose between running a primary surplus as steep as we are, to bring our debt down to the artificial number of 60%, which is observed in the breach by most of the developed world now. At the same time that I'm required to build resilience from roofs to reefs in order to minimize loss. It's nice to talk about a loss and damage fund, and we certainly believe that those who contributed should help pay for loss. But we would much rather avert loss than recover from loss. And therefore, the access to long-term funding to be able to build resilience is critical. But at the same time, we know we can't separate planet from people, and that's why, Amina, I think you keep making the point that, and sometimes I'm guilty of it, of pointing it out, but you keep making the point that climate is part of the SDGs. Why? Because we may save the planet and lose the people. And the bottom line is that the Caribbean, for example, has one of the highest homicide rates per capita in the world. But nobody studies that because of our idyllic appearance. If we are going to stop people, guns don't talk and guns don't walk. So how do you stop people from using guns? You got to give them education, you got to give them opportunity. If at the same time that I'm trying to build out my coastal infrastructure to stop aquifers from being spoiled forever because of saltwater intrusion, I can't spend money on building schools or building hospitals. And all of this within a time frame of at most a decade. How am I going to make it? How are we going to avoid climate migration? How are we going to avoid societal implosion? You can bring back down debt overnight, but you can't reverse societal implosion or the ravages of war or conflict in under a generation. And we all know this, but we continue to pretend as if it doesn't matter. And as I said this morning, that there's a tolerance for the loss of life and the marginalization of societies. And let us not forget, don't be arrogant about feeling that civilizations can't fall or species can't become extinct, because we've seen dinosaurs move from us. I haven't seen one recently, other than some political ones. And we have seen failed civilizations. So the notion that in the 21st century we cannot become a failed civilization or failed humanity is unbelievable.
So just very quickly, a lot of people say, well, yes, I mean, of course, we want to do all of these things, but do you really have what they call shovel-ready projects? I mean, things
Absolutely.
that you could do
Absolutely.
immediately.
Can you find me $200 million now to do the expansion of my hospital that is not 15-year money? I need 40, 50-year money. I've said to you, look, remodel all my debt and stretch it out to 50 years. All that is incurred for SDGs. I'm not asking you for other things. What will be the implications for my debt service? When we came to office, we had 68 cents in debt service. That's why we had to restructure. I feel for Zambia. How the hell do you take 3 years to restructure debt? You can't do that and still meet the needs of ordinary people.
So DSG, Zambia, common framework. I mean, you've been talking to all these finance ministers here this week who are here. Do you hear the same story from all of them? Are they all in this feeling the same kind of pinch? And what do they say we can do to help?
I think, thank you, and very much the same line that Mia has been speaking to as a small island state. They speak to as low-income countries, they speak to as landlocked countries or middle-income countries, all these acronyms that we put on countries. But in the end, it's about the frustration that they don't matter as much as the rest of the world does when it comes to recovering and to getting the resources needed for people and for what clearly is no fault of many vulnerable and developing nations, the state of the planet. And they're ready to make the commitments. And I have to say, we have been building capacity and we've been producing plans, and everything that has been asked of developing countries has happened. And so I think the frustration they have is that, so what is it going to take that we will have the same level of response as countries in the developed world with far more capacity have had in response to COVID, in response to the war in Ukraine, in response to the geopolitical tensions that we see now that are bleeding into every conversation that we have. And that's, address our debt. There is nobody saying they're not going to pay it, but what they need not to do is to have a choiceless choice between paying that debt and saying, I can't spend on education and health. Is there a nation in the developed world that is going to tell their people they're not going to pay for education for the next 5 years? By the way, 3 years even to get to a discussion that says that we need to do that. So I think we are not providing the instruments that we know we can. The capacity in the world today that knows what is happening, where it's happening, how it's happening, is enormous. And we've got this wonderful AI thing that can predict all sorts for you for the next 20 years and can respond to your questions in 2 seconds, more than me. And yet we
Actually,
are saying... You know,
it's where I got my questions from.
You see? You see? And so, you know, this is a big issue for people. I was home in Nigeria just a couple of weeks ago, and it's dire. And it's not because they were not doing anything well. Yes, there are always troubles with your governance and the way you handle your macro. But there should be the assistance there to turn around and say 227 million people, 60% under poverty. There should be a response to that. And there really isn't. The next piece is the fiscal space that you need to deal with the problems of young people who feel that they don't have a future, that they can't live a life of dignity, that what they see on the internet and the phones that we have will not be accessible to them because somehow they're a lesser person. And that's really for us very critical. I go again day after tomorrow to Nigeria. It's going to a counterterrorism conference. It's an international one. I know, and from the experiences of Boko Haram, terrorists are not born. I went to school in the same place we have Boko Haram. If we had put the investments at scale and in time, we wouldn't have had this disaffection where there is a better job working for ISIS or ISIL than for building your nations and your communities and your companies. So frustration is real because the instruments are there. The political will, if powered, could do the things that we need to do. So we have to be here. Mia spoke this morning about feeling like a record that's stuck, and I think it's very stuck. And so we begin to feel as though perhaps we've got the wrong message. Have we been thinking, what is this? 2 and 2 is not making 4. But I think we need to amplify that stuck, because everything that she is saying has not changed. We haven't made the change. And we are always being put in the place where you say, we're very grateful for what we have received so far. But if it's drip feed and there's no impact, it's only 15% of the SDGs achieved halfway through, how am I going to applaud that? I can't. I can't go back to my member states, the ones that I'm hearing from, to actually say that. And the last thing I think that we're hearing from them is on the climate agenda. And the climate agenda is not different from the development agenda that's in crisis. Both are in crisis right now. As Mia has just said, you can't save the planet and then there are no people on it. You have to do the two together. And the finance itself, climate action is development. If we look at the 17 goals we have, at the very center of it is these three dimensions that we have. And one of them is climate. It's the environment. So it is a triple planetary crisis, and we need to address that better. So we're counting on all of the voices that we have in this room, amplify what it is that one is demanding, but we need to ask, at what point as one humanity do we actually respond as one humanity? We need to ask that, because right now we're losing our moral compass on several grounds.
It's really, both of you have talked about linking security aspects with development, linking climate aspects with development, that what we're doing right now just isn't working. It's almost as if we're struggling for a really quite different development paradigm. And all of these things were included in the Sustainable Development Goals. It was the first framework that actually had the security and the climate and the people, all together in one framework. But it doesn't seem to have really changed our thinking. And yet, Prime Minister, when, you're there in the Caribbean, one of the most immediate things that you see is that today you have hurricanes, you have storms, you have damage, all of these things that are being created. That never used to happen. So it's a very different kind of system. How are you thinking about what's new? What are the new priorities? What are the things that I now have to do in this quite long list of development actions? How do you change that mindset to say, now we just need development to really encompass these, you know, all of these issues?
To begin with, you got to see us and listen to us and feel us. Look, we spent 30 years at a WTO trying to argue for special and differential treatment for small states because our share of global trade in goods is 0.000%, and our share of global trade in services is 0.0001%. Cannot distort the global trading system. But no one listened to us. So what happens in Barbados? You had a 22% reduction and a 33% reduction in agriculture and manufacturing. People lost jobs, people lost opportunities. How many more things will have to fall when we say to you that you cannot finance development with 15-year money? At the end of the day, you're not even giving the kids the chance to grow up and to earn a job, to earn a living, to help you pay back for the school that they've built or for the hospital that's been built. And yet, the financial markets are premised on what? Short-term money, short-term gains, short-term everything. At the same time, when real trouble happens, what happened? We were told you can't print money, you can't do quantitative easing. All of a sudden, a few rich countries in the world, when the pandemic hit, printed money like it was going out of style. What's on the front page of the Financial Times today? The IMF is telling the US, China, and the UK that they're running fiscal deficits that are dangerously out of whack. If it was Barbados or other small countries, we'd be told absolutely not. I think what you're hearing from the DSG is that there's an utter frustration with the doublespeak and the lack of capacity to see, hear, and feel people. And it's not just at the level of individual citizens, it's at the level of countries. Now, if you're going to have a new, fair, rules-based order, then there has to be a voice. There has to be representation, but there also has to be deconstruction to remove a lot of rules that don't make sense. And when you deconstruct, you ask, why do we have these rules? What is the public policy we're trying to serve? Because if it's not serving, remove it. And I think that the whole development paradigm is still based very much on an old colonial framework of power relationships. And until we confront that, we're not going to see a difference in the results.
See why I want to be like her when I grow up?
I'm inspired by you.
DSG, look, this week has been all about how the multilateral development banks could do more in terms of providing the kind of finance that the Prime Minister is talking about. And we keep hearing statements that, yes, they're trying to do it. Sometimes they come up with some quite big numbers, but then you discover that these are numbers that are stretched cumulative over 10 years or 20 years. And you know, through multiplication, it's quite easy to make big numbers. But what's your sense of this? Is this going well? Is there more that can be done? Come on, give us the...
This is the side of DSG that you... Am I going to be DSG? Am I going to be Amina Mohammed? In 2015...
Amina Mohammed, could I ask you?
In 2015, we agreed we were going from billions to trillions to deliver on this agenda. We agreed that we weren't going to do a piece of development, just the social dimension. We were going to do it all. And we had a right for all because now we're in this global family that everyone is equal, at least have equal access to do. We're not asking for handouts, right? And those billions to trillions have not happened. We've put on the table, let's talk about, you know, the international financial architecture, which needs changing. You cannot, anything that is designed 75 years ago, shelf life expired, we need to look at it again because today's different from what it was then. And I don't think that we're asking for any less than would have been asked 75 years ago. We've said that it's going to take time because this is power dynamics and no one gives away power. That's fine. We're going to convince you why it is that it's in your interest to let a little go. And we have a short-term look at this. And it is about the SDG stimulus. It's about the Bridgetown Initiative. It's with what we have, what can we do? And even that seems to be impossible. We had a historic issuance of SDR, 650 billion. And vulnerable countries, developing countries, every one of them used it responsibly. And we had great leaning in to create the RST, the Resilience Trust Fund, for SDRs. And that was a great innovation because it tackled middle-income countries. We are now saying that's not enough because we need more. The RST today is less than 5% out the door, but there's a lot of good, engagement, intention, English language. There's a lot of that. But it's not coming out the door, which is what people need now. And we're saying, okay, so you've got MDBs, we trust them. These are vehicles that we know, tried and tested. Can we take 100 billion? That will be leveraged 5 to 7 times. And it's as easily as you did this, can you please do this? It's still not happening. And someone's got to explain to me why that is so. We agree the Europeans can't do it. They've got all sorts of legal hoops and hurdles they have to get through, but there are 6 or 7 countries that can do this. And they're willing to do it, but the signals need to come for that. Has there been a precedent that was set that there is, we should be inclusive and there should be solidarity and justice? Yes, there was. In 1945, the Marshall Plan came about because it recognized that countries needed to get back on their feet, rebuild their institutions, rebuild their infrastructure, invest in their people. And, it's only a few years ago the British finished paying for that debt. How many years is that? And somebody is telling me that we cannot look at 20, 30-year timelines for development. A precedent has been set. We cared about people one time. We should care about them again. And there is no excuse for it. And the time's now.
Well, we're running out of time for this conversation, and we're running out of time for development. Any 30-second last words that you want to leave us with, Prime Minister?
That we have 10 years to build resilience and adaptation. And the longer we take talking about it, the less likely we are to ensure that we can save lives. And that's what's at stake. And that's what bothers me, that all lives matter, not just some.
Do it now. It's going to be cheaper. It's going to be better. ESG?
I think we have to go beyond our leaders. We've got some great leaders. I mean, we have some great women that are leading. But this is also about institutions. It's about the men in the institutions and the designs that they've had that they're very comfortable with and will not roll up their sleeves to bring those tools and those solutions to what we need today. And so I think we're in Washington today to say to the institutions that we designed for people, they were not for member states in the charter where we the people, they need to recognize that it is in their own interest for them to do the job that they are hired to do. And that is people, that is planet, and they need to give the reasons to their shareholders, and the shareholding is a little wonky these days in terms of its representation, but they need to be able to say to them, this is no longer sustainable. And we have to change the way we do it. We have the frameworks, we've got the tools, we have the brains, now make it work for people and planet.
We're so grateful to have the two of you speaking truth to power. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
I have to say that the Deputy Secretary General can dance off stage after that talk, I think says a lot about resilience, right? These are not easy problems to solve. And I think after this session, we have to rethink. We think laws, we have to rethink how debt is structured. We have to rethink the balance of power between the global South and the North. And it all, I think, reminded me of what Shamina said this morning, that we have to listen with empathy and also with urgency, right? I think these conversations are not easy to hear because they are, in a way, a broken record. But they are still a broken record that needs to get unbroken. So to bring a little levity to this space, I would like to welcome someone who prioritizes hard work, good vibes, and comedy to the stage. Her name is Lily Singh, and she is the founder of Unicorn Island. Lily.
Awesome. Oh, yes, baby! Let's go, baby! Ganit, please join us. Round of applause for Ganit. She's so talented. Yes. Y'all, Inclusive Growth Summit, let me hear you make some noise! You see, I know we're here to save the world and do great things. It doesn't mean we can't have a great damn time while doing it. So get ready to be thrilled by this conversation. Thrilled.
Absolutely no pressure asking a question to a former late night host.
Former.
Lily.
So not that much pressure.
You're absolutely a rock star.
I
I just wanted to get started by asking you, you're such an amazing, grand storyteller with every piece of video, with every, a decade and a half been a fan to begin with of where you started from. How has storytelling shaped your life?
I don't know if anyone can relate to this, but growing up, I grew up in a culture, I grew up in the South Asian culture, but I think this is true to a lot of cultures around the world. There were a lot of taboo topics. There's a long list of things that were uncomfortable to talk about, whether it was sex, pregnancy, health, mental health, whatever it may be, divorce, death. There's so many taboo topics. And growing up, I found myself constantly leaning on comedy to deal with them. Like to talk with my parents, to talk with my siblings, to talk with my friends. I would always make a joke. Wouldn't it be wild if we talked about mental health? Isn't that yo, can you imagine if I liked girls? That would be so funny, wouldn't it? What? What are you talking about, right? What do you think about that? I would always use comedy as a way to get into conversations, and I think I learned from a young age that comedy and entertainment as a whole is a really great way to get people to lower their defense mechanisms. It kind of just takes the awkwardness out of conversations and allows everyone to just feel a little better and a little sillier. And so I use that in my career. I've talked about a lot of topics that were considered taboo, whether it was on YouTube or film or TV or whatnot. And I've always felt like comedy was the medicine, entertainment was the medicine, the best way to deliver a difficult message. But on the note of storytelling, check out this sick segue I'm about to do into the next question, by the way. Yeah, that's right. Take notes, everybody. On the topic of storytelling, you are one of the greatest storytellers on the planet.
Thank you. Thank you.
Especially, I have to say, giving you mega personal props because obviously, you're of Indian descent. I want to talk to you first about the collective that you had formed, Indian Women Rising.
Yes.
We had a fascinating conversation about this yesterday, I'm not gonna lie, and I was like, you need to say this on stage, this is so incredible. Talk to me about that collective, where it started, where it is now.
So, we all start with a lot of ambition. Yes, I've been a filmmaker, produced 40 plus films in India, putting our conversations forward, a couple of Oscar awards.
Let's go!
Yes, definitely. I wanted to use my power in creating change on ground. Less than 5% women are directors. So the idea of starting the collective was, let us empower women and put their films out there and use our platform to be able to market it and release it and, open the doors that have taken a decade for us to open. And we did all of that. We were an incredible bunch of inspired women wanting to create the way for further women. And we picked up a short film called Bittu that was shortlisted for the Oscars. However, did not get nominated, but we did a grand campaign for it. And it really helped the filmmaker get more gigs. And that's exactly when we realized that there are not too many films that you can promote. Because what is happening is not too many are getting made. So you only get into something, it's not like you begin something and it goes from success to success. So I'm here telling you all a story of something that did not work, and we started this and we supported a film and then we were like, there are not many films. So we are right now in the process of building skill development, of looking inwards and going early and really taking in the stats that less than 5% women are directors. So what do we do? What does it take to increase that stats? We make 1,000+ films in the country, and less than 5% are directed by women. There's definitely that something needs to be done. So at this point of time, I'm focusing a lot of my energy on building something early on. It's early days, but we don't have any kind of mentorship, shadow program, skill development, writers' rooms, all those things need to get done, or even like a producers network in Cannes at the breakfast, or a Sundance workshop. So a lot of those dots need to be joined. So I'm in early days of changing the stats, and I'm driven to change that number.
I love that you talk about that specifically because, let's be real, if anyone in this room, you all do amazing things. You all are trying to change whatever corner of the world or in some capacity, in some way. And what I think is so awesome is that, I don't know if anyone can relate, you see an issue and you see a problem, and sometimes you get knocked off your high horse. Because I've had moments where I've told you this, I went back to India and I'm like, I'm gonna help the girls here. I understand this, I know this, I got this. I understand this, I know the problem, I see the solution, and then you go there and you're like, oh.
Reality check.
I actually know nothing about this. And it's actually a very humbling experience. This work is very humbling, and I think admitting to mistakes, admitting to failures, and knowing that you don't have all the answers is such an important part of the work, because that's what this work is.
And I'm so inspired by you putting out about Unicorn Island, and I really wanted myself and also everybody here to know, how is it that you plan to impact the world with Unicorn Island, with the work you do, and especially using your superpower, which is storytelling?
Totally. So this pin I'm wearing right here, which a lot of people ask me about, so I'm like, good logo design, let's go, is Unicorn Island. It is my company. It has a production side, it has a fund side as well. Our belief is that storytelling can change the world. More specifically, we believe in the power of storytelling to change culture, specifically how women and girls are treated. That's the chip on my shoulder. I'm very vocal about gender inequality is the chip on my shoulder. Sometimes people will say things to me like, it sounds like you have an agenda, and I'm like, correct. I do. That is, I'm not hiding it. That is 100% my agenda. That is exactly what I am doing. I have a chip on my shoulder. I'm annoyed and angry, and I want to change this thing. It's not a secret. So why I think storytelling is so important is, I really believed, and I didn't recognize it always when I was younger. I just finished saying that I used comedy and entertainment as a kid. I don't think I would have described back then as me being a storyteller. But as I've grown up, I'm like, you know what, that is actually what I do. I think how we see other people, how we see the world, how we treat people, how we let people treat us, what we think is possible for ourselves, is all a story. The patriarchy is a story. It's all stories that have been passed down. And thank you for the snaps. And I think with Unicorn Island, what we're trying to do is we're trying to change the narrative of how women and girls specifically are treated, and specifically in India. And we're trying to look at the science behind storytelling, which stories work with certain groups of people. We want to get nerdy about it. What would work for this group of people, and which normative behaviors could best be changed through storytelling? And I always actually, it's quite interesting, I kind of use my dad as a case study a little bit. So my dad, he's a little bit of a dude bro, God bless his soul, I love him, but he exclusively watches two things and two things only: UFC and Earth documentaries, the Animal Planet types. Those are the two things. Everything else he hates, he's falling asleep, he's not into it. And I have been trying to introduce him to new things, new stories, to see if maybe they can open up his mind to some social issues that he's not too keen or savvy on. There was this Bollywood movie, I won't get too in the weeds for those. There's a Bollywood movie called Rocky Aur Rani Ki Prem Ki Kahani, okay?
Love it.
For those of you that don't know, it was a really revolutionary Bollywood movie that talked about just gender roles and the role of women in a household. And there was a very awesome feminist protector. It talked about a lot of issues. And I was like, oh man, I wish my dad would watch this movie. I don't know how I'm gonna get him to do this. I flew back to Toronto. I was like, Dad, I'm buying you a ticket. You have to leave the house. We're going to the theater. We're watching this movie. We sit there, we watch the movie. My dad does not fall asleep. And after the movie, I look over at him and I go, this could go either way. And he went, wow, that was beautiful. And I was like, for real? And I found it so fascinating because sometimes I will show him stories and they do not resonate with him. So it really got me thinking of what is it about this that got through to you? And I'm really fascinated by that. What kind of stories can we tell where men feel seen and understand that they're a part of this equation as well? What can we show young girls? What types of stories will resonate with them to let them know that they can be whatever they want to be? So I really do feel like storytelling is the commodity and the intervention itself that we don't focus on enough, and that is really where I want to lean in.
Yeah, and absolutely. I totally agree with that because entertainment, you know, and it's historic numbers. You can go through the worst times, but what always has only increased is entertainment, is storytelling, the need for entertainment, even in COVID. Netflix and Amazon actually doubled down on their streamers and on their numbers because everybody was stuck to that and they were like, just give us stories. And my entire career, I've always said that, you know, it's precious to get that 90 minutes from people because they're going to listen to us one way,
Right.
with all our intelligence, with all our logical brain, that 90 minutes for granted, tell a story that leave an impact. And to hundreds of people, and I said this yesterday because a good story told with impact has compound effect.
Right.
Has compound effect on millions of people watching it, and we have no idea where that change gets created, where lives change, evolution happen, because patriarchy uses every trick in the trade
Right. We
for
talked about this.
every emotional blackmail.
So we have to be just as savvy.
Yeah, we have to be savvy.
Yes,
you know,
absolutely.
in entertaining and telling our messages across of equality, of inclusivity. It's not a big deal. We can all be seen as
Mother Nature was like, that part.
I agree.
Let me leak onto this room right now. That was literally what just happened. No, but I think the compound impact is so important because you're right. In anything we do, we have to remember, like, people always ask me, sometimes I get a little stressed, I'm not gonna lie, because people are always like, you got a lot of followers and you can tell all your followers these things. I'm like, cool, yeah, but also like the power of one person being impacted should not be underestimated. Yes. That one person then grows up to maybe have kids or whatnot. Compound effect is really important. I know we have 10 seconds left, but I'm gonna use these 10 seconds to just really big you up and say, first Indian production to win an Oscar, a woman.
Thank you, Lily.
Let's just have a moment here. Killing it across the board. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. And what an honor. Thank you.
What an honor for me.
Thank you.
Thank you so much, everyone.
Thank you, thank you. Give it up for Lily and Guneet again, please. I feel like the summit is really moving now. We're really progressing and rolling. I love that. You're getting Oscar-winning directors, you're getting comedy, you're getting knowledge. That's what today is all about, that whole power of moving things on in different directions. So thank you once again for that. And yeah, I'll try and avoid the leak as well, just to stay on this side. I don't want to rust, you know, with my chair. Okay, next, please give a warm welcome to Raj Kumar and Mastercard Foundation's Rita Roy. Raj! Come on, do it, man.
Good morning, everybody. Good morning. How's it going so far? What do you think? I got to say, this has been inspirational watching a lot of these sessions from backstage, and we're going to continue with the inspiration this morning with this conversation with Rita Roy. You know, at DevEx, we're always looking for the big story that no one has told, you know, the underreported story. And there's actually two big stories that are closely related. You know one of them, but you don't know the other, I'm guessing. So in 2006, Mastercard went public as a company. And at the time, it was, you know, a question. Would this company do well? Would it succeed? Nobody knew for sure. They did this one thing that was interesting. They put aside some of the shares in the company into a foundation. Well, you know one part of the story, which is over a decade or so since then, there was a guy named Ajay Banga who was CEO, and during his tenure, the value of those shares went up by 16x. And he was seen widely as a real turnaround expert, somebody who could make a company thrive and succeed. And then, surprisingly, last year, surprisingly to all of us, suddenly he was announced as the new president of the World Bank. So that part of the story you know. The part you might not know is at the time, they put aside those shares in that foundation. They were thought to be worth maybe $600 million. And that foundation, which has kept a low profile, maybe here, but a high profile in the work, has now grown to be the 4th or 5th largest in the world. It is a $40 billion endowment, and Rita Roy leads this organization, and in some fascinating ways, and I just want to give you all a chance, and me too, to meet her and hear from her.
Thank you.
Rita, you live in Rwanda.
I do. I've been living there for the last 3 years.
You guys were doing localization before it was cool. You decided in 2009 to focus on Africa, and you actually moved there as the chief executive officer of this foundation. Your team moved there. Your funding is there. Tell us a bit about what you're doing since 2009, what the Mastercard Foundation has really grown to be.
So first of all, thank you so much, Raj, and what a pleasure it is to be here. And I want to thank Shamina and the whole team. I really, really feel fabulous to be here and to be part of all these conversations. So, as you said, it's a little secret, and it seems like the foundation, has grown exponentially. We made the decision in 2009 to focus on sub-Saharan Africa, and specifically on young people. Now, our mandate is to do two things: to advance education and advance financial inclusion. But about 10 years into this work, we took stock and said, what have we learned and what have we missed? And if we could do one thing, what would we do? And the answer came fast. A lot of consultation, but it came fast. And we needed to focus on young people and youth employment. And so we set out a bold new strategy called Young Africa Works, which put out a goal of 30 million young people in dignified and fulfilling work. But in order to undertake that work, we felt we couldn't do it from Toronto, so we're a Canadian foundation, that we needed to transform ourselves, and that's what we did. And so I would say my entire executive team is from Africa. Most of our staff are from Africa. 66% of our partners, the organizations that we fund, are African, and it's phenomenal.
You got to see, by the way, some of what it means to have a transformation in life as a young person yourself, right? You moved to this country when you were 16, your mom mortgaged the house so you could come here on your own and essentially make your way in the world, and this is where you have landed. Now you're trying to do much the same for millions of young people in Africa. A lot of people in this town, when they talk about the youth bulge in Africa, they say it with a sense of fear, right? A sense of foreboding. How are we ever going to get out of this problem of so many people, so many young people being born in countries in Africa? How do you see it?
So on one level, it's absolutely true. By 2035, the continent will have the youngest and the largest workforce in the world, and that's the future. It's not a challenge, it's a massive opportunity. You just think about this, a massive talent pool for virtually every single industry, which is facing a labor shortage. But that takes an investment in education, in skills, in knowledge transfer, but it also means getting behind young people. Just like the examples you heard earlier today on the other panels, getting behind young women and their ideas. That's where the action is. And when we look at the programs that we're engaged in, part of, we're already seeing results. And actually, when you spoke about the beginning, about one of the challenges is it's really about mindset. And I think the biggest challenge facing the continent is that so many people, unfortunately, have an outdated picture of the African continent. And it's time to change that narrative.
And please applaud that. And that is one of the reasons why you're moving to Rwanda, your team being from the continent of Africa, changes immediately, because the dynamic in your executive group is not about, hey, what do we do for people over there? It's what do we do for the communities we live in and come from and know, which is so critical to a new way of thinking about philanthropy. You are a foundation, it's in your name, but you don't think of yourself as a traditional foundation. What's different about the way you actually operate?
Well, I'll say a few things. I'd like to think that we lead at the foundation by listening and by seeking first to understand. Walk into rooms, suspend judgment. We're not the smartest kid in the room. We've got a lot to learn. And the people who have the greatest amount to teach us, historically, have also been excluded from these conversations. These are the very people who live right with the problems, whether it is a shortage of X, Y, and Z, but they also have insights about what could work. And which is one of the major reasons why when we think about sustainability, we see the huge importance in backing, getting behind, partnering, accompanying African organizations who hold the trust in their communities. Just like this phenomenal activist you heard a moment ago who said that her people are stewarding 80% of our natural resources. And we need to trust them. They've been doing this work for centuries, long before we arrived on the scene.
Yesterday, we had a session with social innovators from around the world here in this very theater. And one of them, who's a very successful East African entrepreneur, said to me, you know, one of the problems is I'm supposed to come up with a PowerPoint presentation and an elevator pitch. And he said, I was able to figure out how to do this. And so I got foundation funding in the US to start my organization, which is now massive in many countries in Africa. But so many other entrepreneurs are stuck because they don't know how to talk the language of the philanthropy world. They don't know how to interface. You seem to be doing something different in finding and unlocking the opportunities for people where they are. What lessons are there for kind of the broader philanthropy community that you've learned now in the last decade of doing this?
So the first thing I think is, one, listen. Second, go, see, create a network. And networks bring you into other networks. And those networks actually will change your mind, in fact, will blow your mind. And when you think about investing in young people, it is a profound thing. It's not just about putting in money based on that elevator pitch. It is about building trust. It is about really starting to understand how they see the world and their ideas. We have met so many young entrepreneurs, probably like this gentleman you spoke about, who have reinvented what it means to run a school. What is a school? How do you deliver education? What is a bank? How do you distribute capital in a more accessible, affordable, private way, right to someone's phone? They are cracking all nuts, and it's time for us to get behind them.
I think this vision of Africa as an entrepreneurial continent, maybe the most entrepreneurial, is a different way of thinking of it than we normally hear. And even during these spring meetings, you know, the World Bank is right down the road, finance ministers are meeting, and there is a sense that the world is spinning out of control a bit, that it's hard to get financing where it's needed, that the climate situation is worsening. How do you see where we are today as a foundation that is massive in some ways, but going up against challenges that are far, far bigger? How do you see where your entry point is to actually move the needle on these larger scale issues you care so much about?
You know, there's no question. We live in very probably dangerous times, and it's a time when there's a great amount of fragmentation and forces which pull us apart rather than bring us together. So when I think about what we're doing in Africa, I just look first at the young people, young women, and what they are already doing. They're not waiting for us. They're not waiting for some foundation or some charity to show up. Most of them have multiple income streams which they're working on because that's survival. But at its very core, it's ingenuity, it's innovation, it's thinking about how do I get ahead and how do I invest in myself. So that's number one. And when you tap into that type of energy, what comes back are ideas around climate, ideas around regenerative agriculture, which I was just in Nigeria, which we saw put in practice in the northern part of the country. There are ideas around how do we close gaps and make maternal child health safer. It's about asking, and it's about listening. If you put it out there, it's going to come right back.
So just in our final minute, you've been on this remarkable journey. You started as the CEO of the foundation just shortly after it was founded. You've seen this incredible rise in its assets and what it's able to do, and you've made this huge strategic shift, moving the entire foundation from Canada to Africa. What's next? What's next, and how can this community engage and support the work you're trying to do?
What's next is really what's now, and that is getting behind young people. And so I know there are many leaders here, many influential people here. Two things. One, if you're building a business, if you're working on the continent, perhaps you're working in another part of the world, just listen. And if you're not getting input from young people, go seek it, go solicit it right away. Second, if you're an organization which is like ours, a philanthropy, a foundation, which fundamentally, at its core, our business model is to work through others, other organizations. Wherever you might be, whether you're in Africa, whether you're in Asia, look first and think about who's in my population of organizations I'm working with, and are they from this country? Because they're the ones who have the greatest vested interests in positive outcomes.
Sometimes the underreported stories are the most important stories of all. Please join me in thanking Rita Roy.
Thank you.
That was beautiful, really, really powerful and informative. I'm going to move on swiftly because I think our next session will dovetail beautifully with what was just spoken there. So I'd like to invite Andy Herkovitz to the stage to talk about drivers of inclusive growth in Africa. He'll be joined by Adamasu Tedesi, Tara Nathan, Rita Roy, and Andrew Herkovitz. Please welcome to the stage. You're back, Rita. Oh, where's all your guests? Well, we can speak. Talking here soon. Oh, here we go. You would have almost been chatting to me, you know. Yep, round of applause. Yeah, good to see you.
Great. Good morning, everyone. Isn't this a great event? Yeah. So this discussion we're about to have is probably the most important one of the day, because what's the title of this event? Global Inclusive Growth. And we talk about one of the continents that's been left behind the most. It's Africa. And we look at all the things that are happening in the United States. We heard from Jigar Shah, who's spending hundreds of billions of dollars a year in the United States to promote green growth in the United States, which is fantastic. The whole world will benefit from the new technologies being developed in the US. We look at the Europeans and others as well, who have their own industrial policies that are going to benefit green growth in their countries as well. But the question that always comes up is, what about Africa? I'm going to share a few statistics. By the end of the century, 19 of the least developed countries in the world will be among the most populous, with a combined population of 2.5 billion people. 12 of the largest cities in the world will be in these least developed countries. We still have probably close to 1 billion people who don't have access to electricity, 3 billion people who still have no access to clean cooking. So we see all of these efforts to promote the green economic growth throughout the US and throughout Europe and elsewhere, but again, the question comes back to, what about Africa? What are the jobs going to be? What's the infrastructure that needs to be built? So we're joined by a wonderful group of panelists. We've got Adamasu Tedesi, who is the group president of TDB, who definitely knows the type of work that needs to be done to help promote that growth. We've got Tara Nathan, who is the founder and EVP of Mastercard's Community Pass, and Rita Roy, who you just heard from as well from Mastercard Foundation. So I'm going to start with Adamasu, asking him, what can development finance do to better support Africa's inclusive growth?
Well, thanks, Andrew. Very happy to be here. Great topic. You know, there are a lot of challenges in Africa, of course, and the one thing that you discover when you're in the space there is access is just such a big issue. And it's not just access to credit or access to equity, risk capital. Sometimes it's even access to financial institutions, because when you go into some of the least developed economies, you find that global banks are not even willing to be an institutional bridge to those jurisdictions because of regulations, apart from the poverty and the issues that you have with massive gaps. So access has many faces, and the whole problem now is how can one multiply, intensify, leverage resources into those regions that are so so in need of financial capacity. And so for us, we are an investment grade bank. We issue bonds globally. We have to pay global market rates for those bonds that we issue. And so that becomes your cost base. And the question is, how do you intermediate that kind of capital into those regions that, can't afford it, basically? So the question is, how can we do better blending? How can we find different partners that are not going to, require premiums on your risk profile, because those regions...
That's a question. I mean, we hear the cost of capital. We hear this again and again. We heard from Mia Motley earlier today. I had heard her speak earlier this week, and she talked about, in a lot of countries, they're being lent money at 15%, for 15-year money at a variable rate. Everyone knows that they're going to have to renegotiate that at some point. And her point was, why pay lawyers millions of dollars to have to renegotiate these deals when they could have just lowered the interest rates up front? So the question is the global financial architecture, as was designed at Bretton Woods 80 years ago, is it working? And instead of just identifying the problem, what are some of the solutions that we can do, that we can provide?
Well, I think there's a number of solutions. I think at the height of the COVID pandemic, we saw magic being done here in DC, where the IMF came up with the SDR initiative. That was a huge game changer. But the sad thing about it, of course, is the vast majority of those SDRs are still sitting in the treasuries of the G7 countries that don't need them. And there's a lot of talk about, reallocating the SDRs, not just giving it to low-rated economies that are not necessarily good for the credit. Even World Bank, even global MDBs that have high ratings can't access some of this money. So I think the global financial architecture discussions is, it's about just finding these blocks and enabling that access even to institutions that are good for it. I don't understand how something as simple as an SDR can't be made available to a AAA.
So for those who don't know, SDRs are special drawing rights, and it's certain allocations that countries own. And there's an argument that money should be made free, be freed up so that it could be used for some of the emerging markets as well.
An example would be IDA. IDA is the concessional window of the World Bank Group. Historically, it was not very easy to access. It was very specifically allocated. But these days, with the innovations in the World Bank Group, institutions like mine are able to access IDA. I wouldn't have dreamt of this 5 or 10 years ago. So I think there is some very interesting development there, but I think there's much bigger pots of money that have yet to open up.
Yeah, I'm going to come back to you because both things we're talking about are talking about getting more money. I think we have to also talk about how do we do things differently, because in the political reality of today is there isn't necessarily more money. So everyone's kind of trying to move some things around to find pockets of money that, from an accounting standpoint, that you can free up to make available. But I'm going to move to Tara for just a minute. A key part of changing the infrastructure, and we talk about the need to develop African infrastructure also to drive economic growth, but an important piece of that is the digital infrastructure. And so I guess, to what degree do you see the development of digital infrastructure playing a role in helping promote growth in Africa?
Yeah, I think it's interesting, right? Because when we think about, I'll harken back to some of the stats you talked about, right? All the population growth that's going to happen across LDCs, many of which are, on the continent of Africa. What we find is, no matter how you want to cut it, what it amounts to is populations in these LDCs lack access to critical services, whether it's health, whether it's education, whether it's jobs, whether it's just access to credit, as we talked about. And it's not that these things don't exist. It's not like that there's a shortage of vaccines or that food doesn't exist and that's what's causing food security. Often what we find is that it's a lack of access or an ability to connect supply and demand. And that's what digital infrastructure can really accomplish, right? So when I look at, I run a business called Community Pass at Mastercard, social impact enterprise. It's all about driving driving digital access or digital infrastructure to the last mile. One of the challenges that we find is that a smallholder farmer sitting in a very rural part of Uganda or Ethiopia or across the continent, the two key things that they say they lack access to that would change their lives is they want access to a market where they can sell their goods, and they want access to credit. And this is not credit. I mean, you're talking about big sort of credit deals at the trans-country infrastructure level. These are farmers who want access to a $100 loan.
Right.
In
Who,
order-
who can't afford to pay the 30% interest rate that they're going to eventually get if a big bank lends money to a local bank, which then lends money to their cooperative, which then lends money to
even
them,
more-
and now they're...
Well, yes,
Yeah.
the rate is one issue, but I'd say even more fundamentally, the bank can't even see who this farmer is.
Right.
Because this farmer exists in a rural, local place. It's often disconnected. 60% lack access to any form of connectivity. 40% lack access to any kind of digital identity. So what does that mean? It means that farmer is invisible, literally invisible to the bank, so the bank can't even reach them with a 30%, 100% loan.
Okay.
And these are the types of things that we see that digital infrastructure is able to give visibility to that end farmer. I have an example of a farmer who I met. I go around and meet all my farmers in the programs that we run. And I had actually a fireside chat with Gloria, who was a bean farmer. And what was very interesting was something as simple as putting her on a digital identity. She was able to authenticate the veracity of the inputs. So instead of buying stones and dirt, she bought real seeds. It's as simple as that. It's not complicated technology and new
It becomes
products
almost
and
like a
whatever.
type of collateral. It's not collateral, but at least people can verify who she is. And
You verify
and-
who
yeah.
she is. You connect her to an authentic input provider. She was able to buy a real seed, and because of that real seed, her output, her offtake increased by triple.
Yeah.
Triple. By then connecting her to one incremental buyer, okay, because she wasn't just held at bay because of the middleman that was going to come to her. She was connected by a digital infrastructure that connected her to multiple buyers. She was able to get 20 to 30% higher prices for her
That's
offtake.
fantastic.
So you can see, and that's one farmer.
Right.
Now multiply it by the millions and millions that we seek to serve.
Okay. So Rita, I'm going to tell you what I'm most impressed by, okay? And it's going to catch you by surprise. It's the fact that you are based on the African continent. So when we launched Power Africa back in 2013 as a presidential initiative under President Obama, they said to me, we're going to place you on the African continent and get you away from everything else so that you can actually get a sense of what's happening on the ground. I thought was one of the best decisions that they made. So you definitely have a perspective as to what's needed to promote financial inclusion. And I'd love to ask you a little bit about that, what your thinking is about what are the things that we're missing in terms of trying to promote inclusive growth? What unique or innovative approaches do you think that we should be taking?
Thanks so much for your question, and you're absolutely right. It's the best thing is to be based where the action is. So I'd like to talk about solutions. We already know about the high cost of interest rates, the cost of capital when it comes to different institutions, but I want to build on a couple of things Tara talked about. One is, yes, let's absolutely apply digital technology because it brings the cost of distribution down and brings transparency up. But the other is to work with institutions, and these are smaller institutions, financial intermediaries who are closer to community. Because we do need to come up with products which are more affordable, also transparent to the client, so that they understand what the interest rate really is. And we work with a number of solutions, whether it's credit guarantees, whether we're buying down interest rates. But in the long run, that is not sustainable. When the programs end, that ends. What really needs to happen is we also need to restate what is real risk. And for that, you need to look at data. And when we look at repayment rates, non-performing loans, where we just basically look at repayment rates for women, they are on par, if not better, than the general population. And that is data that is widely available. And that's been tracked by CGAP at the World Bank and others. So it's time that we come back and say, why aren't we following the data? And why is the cost of capital 5 times, 10 times, 50 times higher for the very population which can least afford it, but most needs it?
We also saw, there was similar data talking about women-owned businesses or businesses that had majority women on their board tend to outperform other businesses as well. So it's absolutely critical that we do this. Tara, you wanted to say something?
I would come in on that. I think one thing is the cost, and I think that's a huge challenge. I think the other big challenge that we see over and over again, something we were talking about, I think, before we came out, was the inability to get, where the development banks and where the major funders and donors are funding, which is at the north of $20 million level, down to what's actually needed by a smallholder farmer, which is $100. Let's not say we're getting that low. Let's say we're going up to a micro enterprise that might need a $500,000 loan. Let's go a little bit bigger. Let's say we're going to an input manufacturer who might need a $5 million loan. We are nowhere, we don't have an operational capacity or capability across the development sector, much less before we even get to price, to get that money down.
So there's definitely this gap on ticket size, you know, and I come from development finance world, and I saw how all the development finance institutions, very few of them will do loans less than $10 million. To reach those smaller borrowers, they'll work through local banks or other banks to then do the lending, which makes sense. They don't have the bandwidth to do due diligence on every, you know, $200,000 loan that they can do. But the pricing then obviously gets passed on to them. I'm going to turn back to Admasu to talk about this a little bit. Like, how do we get to that point where you're financing those smaller ticket sizes, but it's not at an extremely high interest rate? And often people will say, well, you can't mess with the interest rate because it'll distort the local market. I don't always buy that so much, but I want to hear your perspective on this.
Yeah, Andrew, I think the mainstream development finance institutions were set up to move the needle on larger investment flows, and so that's why you end up with this ticket size issue. They are also wholesale, so they're not designed to sort of intermediate at a smaller level. But I think for us, we realized this problem, and we said, well, the problem is structuring. So we just created a new institution within the group, and this new institution does smaller ticket sizes. The KPIs, the positioning of the whole outfit is to do less than $5 million. It can even be less than $1 million. And even though they are not positioned to be sort of very intensive in terms of having large customer sizes, they give a lot of focused love to the aggregators, the microfinance folks, the SME lenders, you know, the cooperatives and so on. And so we've started to address that, but then, it's one thing to give access, it's another issue to talk about that cost of access.
Well, and it's not just about money. We've been focused on money, but there's the skills gap as well. And Rita, I'm hoping you can talk about that a little bit. A whole new green economy is going to come with having to train people and get people to be doing things differently. And so in your work that you see on the African continent, what can be done to help close that skills gap to make sure that Africa is able to participate fully in this new green economy?
Well, there's a lot that can be done, but there's also a lot that's already underway, and we just need to keep at it. So one of the biggest reasons why the foundation invests so heavily, both in formal education, but also other forms of education, which delivers skills, delivers knowledge, connects people to markets, connects people to networks, mentoring, business development services. And it's all about designing with intention, to understand where do you want this young person, this young entrepreneur, this farmer, this woman trader in the market, where do you want her to land? And designing with intention so that there's a clear throughput in terms of starting point of acquiring knowledge, being able to actually deploy resources and that knowledge, and access markets.
Tara, did you want to address this as well?
Sure. In our work across the continent, I don't know what the number, it's north of 50% across most markets of the working population across Africa is in agriculture. And so if we're looking for employment opportunities for the continent, to me, it has to be in ag. But how do you get higher paying, how do you make agriculture sexy again?
So it's not just
right?
growing the products, and then it's exporting them, but how do you add manufacturing and processing?
Or digital jobs, right? So the digitization, to me, of agriculture can sort of start to add value add. It can start to grow single entrepreneurs, single smallholder farmers into entrepreneurs, into larger entrepreneurs. They can build businesses where, they now become, employers themselves.
Can I build on Tara's comment? So absolutely, agriculture by far is the biggest backbone in many countries in terms of the economy. But it's not just primary production, it's everything from logistics, transportation, packaging, retail. And across every single value chain, whether it's cocoa, whether it's a grain, whether it's sesame seed, etc., there are jobs. And it's all about looking at where is the demand coming from, and how do we meet that demand?
So I'm going to come back
across their jobs.
I'm going to come back to infrastructure then. So one of the key issues, and I've pointed this out in the past, is that when you look at how many countries there are in Africa, you've got countries like Ethiopia, which have 100 million people, and then you've got countries that have 2 million people as well. And you can't have the same level of manufacturing growth in every country, but the key is going to be the interconnectivity, both digitally, from a logistics standpoint, but also the raw infrastructure, the roads, the ports. And that's where the investment needs to happen, I would argue, because you need to make sure that those small economies can have some role to play as we grow in the green economy. I'd look at West Africa. If you were to draw a line from Abidjan and Ivory Coast to Lagos, Nigeria, you're going to have probably close to 1 billion people living just in that region, in that area right now, with tremendous resources that are going to come down from the northern countries in the Sahel and the ability to export them globally. Does anyone, do you have any thoughts, concluding thoughts about how we develop that large infrastructure?
Yeah, well, I mean, I think the closest thing you have to a silver bullet is this infrastructure development, because it helps the small countries, the big countries, the landlocked countries. And what you find often is at the enterprise level, the farm level, they are competitive, but the minute the product leaves the farm, the costs start to mount heavily, and they lose stuff in terms of storage. The logistics is not there. It's very expensive. And so I think, that's the one area I think we just need to keep pushing very hard at the ecosystem level, because I think the inheritance of Africa is infrastructure has always been so underdeveloped. And it becomes a binding constraint to agriculture, to industry, to mining, to value addition. If you don't have affordable energy, there's no way you can do any kind of beneficiation. If you want to go into agribusiness, you need energy, and you need the infrastructure to help move the product back and forth, and it has to be efficient enough for you to be competitive. And so I think we have a long journey ahead of us in terms of infrastructure, and I think it lifts up the small folks as well as the big folks.
So we know what needs to be done. We need to invest in infrastructure. We need to invest in skills development. We need to focus in digital infrastructure as well, and greater coordination and regional trading as well, to make sure that the African continent participates in this new economy. Thank you very much, everyone.
Thank you.
Those of you who are moving, keep moving, because I'm going to send you on a challenge. You have 10 minutes to find a friend, make a connection, get a coffee, and be back in your seats. You don't want to miss our next conversations with Cardinal Turkson and Megan Rapinoe. Yes. Yeah. Where's my mic? Where's my mic? My mic isn't. Hold on. What's happened to my mic?
Friends and colleagues, the programme will begin shortly. Please make your way downstairs to the Mead Theatre to take your seats. Friends and colleagues, please take your seats. The programme is about to begin.
Ladies and gentlemen, settle down. Take your seats, everybody. Thank you, thank you. Hope you've had a wonderful short break. Just for your information, I have got to the bottom of this leak. I've been told, and I'm looking up, there's a shower head up there. Believe it or not. I don't know what kind of plays they have here that involve a shower head, you know, whether it's to cleanse any of the dirty thoughts from the audience, but there is a shower head and I will stay well away from that because we don't know what's going to go on. But listen, we have got a fantastic presentation coming up from you. Apparently, this presentation was on the front cover of the New York Times today. So this is coming straight to you, fresh from the New York Times. Now, I bet you've never ever wondered who owns your thoughts. And I guess you'd all assume it's you, right? Well, here to make you think, no pun intended, a bit more about this is Jared Gensner. Sorry. Jared.
Good morning, everybody. Very nice to be here with all of you here today. My name is Jared Gensner. I'm an international human rights lawyer based in Washington, D.C. A few years ago, I had a single one-hour conversation that changed my life. It was with a Spanish-American neurobiologist and professor and director of the neurotechnology lab at Columbia University, Dr. Rafael Yuste. And as an international human rights lawyer, in a one-hour conversation, I realized my whole view of the challenges we might face as a species in the future on human rights was simply wrong and not well formed. And what I learned from that conversation and what I've learned in the 3 years since from my discussions with Dr. Yuste and our work together with the Neuro Rights Foundation is that neurotechnologies will have the power to transform our world and our understanding of ourselves, and at the same time also presents enormous peril for humanity as well when you look at the risks of misuse and abuse of these technologies. Now imagine for a moment that you're 30 years old, that you're married, that you have a wonderful family, and life is going as well as you could have ever imagined, and then probably the greatest nightmare in the world takes place. You have a severe stroke, you're paralyzed, you're unable to communicate, you're locked in your own mind, can't communicate with the outside world. And 20 years later, after having lived in this existence, you're able to communicate with your family and the world again. Well, this is what happened with Ann Johnson of California. And using neurotechnologies and a brain-computer interface implanted inside the surface of her brain, her internal thoughts have actually been able to be translated into text and then spoken out loud by an avatar that was created for her. We're talking 78 words a minute she can now communicate. And even her intended facial expressions and movement of her lips are also translated as well. Now, few people would want to have a brain implant, of course, unless you needed it for a medical condition. But it turns out that there are a lot of wearable neurotechnology devices that are also of enormous significance. And for example, a quadriplegic can drive an Indy race car. You can also see here as well, a person who is paraplegic operated a robotic exoskeleton to kick off the World Cup. And it isn't just these kinds of things that can be done, but even your images in your own mind can be decoded. This is from an experiment that used a brain scanning device, and on the right is a video that the person was watching in the lab, and the words are what they were thinking of when they saw that image. But let's step back for a moment and talk about some key terms quickly. First, what are neurotechnologies? These are devices that seek to record and decode or alter brain activity. How do they work? They work with brain-computer interfaces. There are two kinds, as I mentioned, implantable and wearable. Implantable devices require neurosurgery, and they're heavily regulated as medical devices and covered by health protection laws. But wearable devices, hats, helmets, wristbands, and so forth, use exactly the same kind of technology, medical-grade EEG or EMG scanners, but they're subject to no regulation at all, and I'll talk more about that. And what they do, and even the wearable devices, are downloading neural data to the tune of literally gigabytes to terabytes, and ultimately decoding what is going on in your own mind. So it's always good, I think, to start to to start to talk about the positive aspects of emerging neurotechnologies. And there are three things that I would focus on that are going to be coming, which are very, very exciting. The first is our ability to understand our own brain. Our brains provide for us our entire existence. Everything that we are is in our brains. Our cognition, our engagement with the world, our thoughts, our fears, our dreams, everything about our human relationships are all in our brains. And yet we don't even know what a human thought is as a matter of neurotechnology. Brain diseases are going to be able to be ultimately diagnosed and, in fact, cured eventually, and that will have an enormous impact. And this market is, for neurotechnologies is growing enormously, as you can see here, in a wide array of ways, and it's going to grow exponentially. Now, of course, I'm sure you want to know about nightmare scenarios. That's usually the first question that people ask me, and these are all very realistic. We can already decode human thought with a wearable device, 40 to 60% accuracy. That should be above 90% in the next year or two. There are upsides, obviously, and downsides for that. Torture, we're learning now in labs how to cure chronic pain disease, but if you can turn off the neurons that cause pain, you also can turn them back on. And how is that going to work? Lie detection. Very high resolution wearable brain scanners have already been shown to show dramatic differences in a person's neurons firing in their brain when they're telling the truth versus lying. There will be ultimately an unbeatable lie detector test. Designer personalities, another possibility as we isolate various things about people. And this can also be a driving driver of inequality as well. So what kind of protections are needed? My colleague, Dr. Yuste, got a bunch of researchers together in 2017. They published a peer-reviewed article in the journal Nature, and there are 5 neural rights we talk about that are rights about, not new human rights that we're talking about, but rights that can be further interpreted from existing human rights treaties. And you can see 5 areas of concern. Our biggest area of concern is mental privacy right now because of the decoding capabilities of this technology. So what are some examples of wearable technologies? These are 5 different examples, what they cost, what they do. A few of you will have heard of these technologies. I'm sure you've heard of these companies, though. They're all developing neurotech. Meta has a $1 billion company that they acquired that is developing a wearable bracelet. Apple, next generation AirPods, they just filed a patent for EEG scanners to go into those devices. And Snap is also doing something in relation to virtual reality. So, as I mentioned before, implantable devices are already heavily regulated, but wearable devices have no regulation at all. And so just yesterday, our foundation published a major report looking at the user agreements from 30 publicly available consumer neurotechnologies that you can go out and buy that are downloading gigabytes and terabytes of brain data and are subject to no privacy protections. And we benchmarked that against global privacy standards to demonstrate that, in fact, there are enormous gaps that exist between the way these companies are currently accessing and using your data with few to no protections for users and international requirements, as well as national requirements as well. But the reality is our world is really only at the very beginning of understanding what's coming, and we're honestly just not ready for it. For example, the UN Human Rights Council adopted a resolution commissioning a study from their advisory committee to examine these issues. The government of Chile is the first in the world to actually create a constitutional right to mental privacy, and that's a positive step forward there. And just yesterday, I was in Colorado with Governor Jared Polis, who signed into law a first ever state-level protection for neural data of any state in the United States. And it was our report and that decision by Colorado and the new law that was on the front page of the New York Times today. California is following suit as well. It's important to emphasize that, interestingly, in these states, there's enormous support to protect neural data, medical-grade neural data collected by consumer neurotechnology companies. So in Colorado, the vote was 61-1 in the Colorado House and unanimous in the Colorado Senate. And in the committee in California, the California Senate that just heard this bill, where I was testifying actually on Tuesday, the vote was 11-0. But a lot more really needs to be done. And so the first is we need to have new legal frameworks around this. For example, in the United States, there is no federal data privacy for any consumer data except for health data and financial data. if we're going to protect our financial data, surely we should be able to protect our neural data. And this obviously has to happen not just in the United States, but around the world. You know, we also need to look at how do we engage the private sector in these discussions. The private sector, of course, understands, even though right now existing laws may not protect neural data, that they wouldn't be able to ever harvest gigabytes and terabytes of data per user and do whatever they want with it without any user consent, engagement, or any rights for users. So they need to be brought into these conversations, as well as investors in the field as well. And then lastly, we really need to advance global awareness about this issue. I've thrown a lot at you in my brief talk here today, but the reality is that few people know what's going on with the advancing neurotechnologies, the kind of positive effect they're going to have, as well as the potential downside risk. And people are very worried when they see, you know, movies and TV shows, you know, like Minority Report or The Matrix, you know, or Black Mirror, about what might be coming. Unfortunately, Black Mirror does reflect reality in a lot of different ways in terms of where the technologies are going, but these risks can be managed if we actually finally work together. So in conclusion, neurotechnologies will definitely provide an enormous and increasing understanding of the human brain. We can potentially one day diagnose and cure brain diseases. There'll be enormous economic potential being developed from neurotechnologies as well. You saw in an earlier slide, 1 in 3 people in the world, a little more than that, will suffer from neurological diseases. If we can actually start to address these kinds of diseases, the power for inclusive growth is enormous. At the same time, in order to realize our potential, our brains, including our rights to protect our mental privacy, agency, and identity, you know, have to be kept protected and sacrosanct. And yet, as I hope you've learned here today, they're actually already at risk. Thank you very much. Thanks.
Hi, everyone. Is this thing on? Okay, yes. I'm not a betting woman, but if I were, I might say that after that talk, I would know what you're going to be texting and WhatsApping to your friend groups later tonight. For the next panel, I am very excited to introduce what might feel like an unlikely pairing, but it is not. Mastercard's Chief Administrative Officer, Tim Murphy, and His Eminence, Cardinal Peter Kodwo Appiah Turkson. Please give them a round welcome of applause.
You got it. It's Monday.
Thank you.
Eminence? Okay. Well, good morning and good afternoon, everyone. It is such a privilege, Your Eminence, to have you at the Inclusive Growth Summit today. I want to start with a proposition that I think you'll agree with, which is that there is enormous common ground between the development work of so many great people and institutions in this room and the work of the church on social justice, on poverty alleviation, and I hope we can explore that today. You have been on the forefront of those issues as a leader of the Roman Catholic Church. You are the Chancellor of the Pontifical Academy of Social Sciences, among other things.
I've been leader of aspects of the academy.
Aspects of.
The real boss is still.
Yes, I have a real boss too,
yeah.
Right? Who's actually not in the, well, it's Shamina Singh, she's in the room. You were integral to the launch of the Council for Inclusive Capitalism at the Vatican in 2020. You oversaw the publication of Mensurum Bonum, Good Measure, which is about faith-based measures for Catholic investors. And you're now working on an extraordinary effort that we're going to talk about today called ECHO. It's the Earth, Our Common Home Fund, which is calling you now. Which is all about working at the opportunity between impact investing and the church's assets in Africa and around the world. And if you think about the persistence of religious institutions lasting across governments, and how can we tap into those to drive inclusive growth, this is very exciting. So can you talk a little, so you're at the intersection between faith and development, and maybe I'll just start by asking you to talk about that. What is the role of faith in this work? And how is it tied to the rich tradition in Catholicism around social justice?
Okay. So thanks, Mastercard, for having me. Basically, by way of respond to the premise, okay, the partnership on what brings us all together. what really brings us all together is the fact that our common humanity. Basically and essentially, we are human beings. And the subject of development and growth is a human person. That's also the subject of religion. So whatever our initiatives are, however we proceed, or whatever method we create, it's all to serve the well-being of the human person. That's at the center. And that well-being of the human person, they need to promote it, directs everything that we do. Mm-hmm. So in that regard, talking about the role of faith, the role of faith then works in two ways. The members or those who adhere and profess that faith sometimes can then be led by the propositions of that faith to pursue certain action in a particular way. Secondly, the same faith can also inspire them to share whatever virtues, whatever positive things they have in their faith with others who are not members of the faith. That can bring us all together in collaboration. And we believe a lot that faith really, from the different groups, has a lot to come, because at the center of it is still basically the same thing about a human person. Mm-hmm. Muslims, Catholics, Christians, and whatever, it's the same. And that, in that sense, our initiative basically goes back. You asked how did all of this begin? In 1969, the first time a pope visited Africa was in Uganda. Then, speaking to the parliament and the diplomats in Uganda, he said, the church has a concern which is not really its concern. It's a concern of the people. And it is a question of development. Mm. Okay, so development is actually development of the people. It's not the development of the church. But the church has made this its primary concern and primary objective, to promote the development, which in economic terms become growth of all people. Mm-hmm. And in such a way that this is inclusive, doesn't leave anybody outside. Mm-hmm. This was in '69. Mm. So when lately with the publication of the SDGs, Ban Ki-moon came out and said the SDGs is a human development program that leaves nobody behind, we just thought we're speaking the same language. So that's how it goes.
Terrific. So again, just to anchor on the great common challenges and the common opportunity before us. Second question, Eminence, is really around not so much faith, but the role of individual and society as it relates to investment. The church has a lot to say about the role of individuals and societies and the claims and obligations they owe on each other. How can you just comment on those issues as they relate to the development agenda that the church talks about?
In places in Africa, a lot of people believe that the church is rich and has access to, interminable source of income and all of that. But the reality is that, you take a life of any simple bishop in Africa, you get made a bishop, you're thrown in a place to work. Mm-hmm. A mission is entrusted to you, but the financing of the mission is not entrusted to you. And everybody knows that when you have a mission, then you need finance. You need to consider how you finance that mission. This is an experience that I made in 1993 when I was made a bishop in Ghana. Mm-hmm. I had a huge diocese to take care of. We had 5 hospitals. We have 40% basic education institutions. We have all of these. Mm-hmm. But we needed to finance and make them grow. You have a mission, you don't have the finances. Mm. So that's what started my own particular, if you want, journey in this regard. So I finally, stumbling on a lot of things, I came across social impact investment. Mm. And the possibility of meeting guys who put venture capital and philanthropy together, and found that that was probably a better way to go. Instead of meeting your brother bishop in the U.S. or Britain, whatever, who invites you into his parish, you speak and then a collection is taken and then given to you. Yep. Sometimes just $10,000, sometimes $15,000. You can't do much with that. Yep. So I said, let's change the paradigm. Okay, and instead of just depending on grants and donations to run this mission, let's discover a better business option. And that better business option for me was a discovery of social impact investment, which has a lot of challenges. I mean, when you have a grant and a donation, you just use it, and sometimes you just write a letter to thank the donor.
Yeah.
But you don't have to keep the books. You don't have to have the thing about transparency and all of that is not. So that's a challenge. That becomes a resistance when you talk to bishops about changing the paradigm. But that's what we're doing now. We're telling bishops that to carry on your big mission, you need sizable source of income. So let's discover this new paradigm, social impact investment, and try to encourage those who are ready to give you money for whatever. The fact that they cannot raise any huge interest because the interest is promoting the well-being of humanity. If somebody helps to put up a hospital, of course you pay back the capital. But the interest is, look, how many people we've been able to help? How many people we've been able to serve, provide access to healthcare and all of that. And that is the impact that we think that as a church, we have a lot of it. And it will be so very easy to refer to. And we use that. You use that in our bargain for social impact investment. So that's the campaign that we have run in Africa
And
now.
this is the Echo Fund.
That's the Echo Fund, right.
So you sound, Eminence, not just like a bishop. You make a bishop sound like an innovative CEO or an economist, as well as a faith leader. But that's what's required for impact. Can you say a little bit more about Echo Fund and the work across Africa today?
Yeah,
and eventually it'll be global. Yes.
Yeah. So that's what it. Everybody knows the role of church. It's not even only in Africa, in Latin America, wherever you go. We're very much in the forefront of providing help and whatever. In some places, in fact, I've heard communities which have said that for us, our government is the church. Okay, because it's the church that provides all the basic needs that they have and whatever. So we're at a certain point, we thought, without creating a tension or division between us and government and all of that, we consider that we work together. Even now, we do work to provide services, and the government recognizes that. For example, in Ghana, where I'm from, the government recognizes by, saying that you take care and manage the hospitals. We support you by taking up the salary of the doctors. That's participatory collaboration, that kind of thing we work with. So we think that the government does that, but the government has a small challenge. It's the challenge of permanence. Every government in a democratic system comes for 4 years. Then there will be elections and whatever. And if you don't have a decent national vision that maintains a golden thread through the change of government, then you have somebody begins something great. When it's out of office, it drops. Another one comes, starts something, and drops. So in that sense, the church probably becomes the only stable element in society that can maintain continuity in this regard. And that's what we wanted to exploit, make use of. And so that's the thing about the church, the Echo Fund. The Echo Fund, therefore, is built on the fact that all the bishops in Africa, to start with, come together and create a body, which is called SECAM. Symposium of Episcopal Conferences of Africa and Madagascar. Since this group already exists and the bishops already have reason to come together, we say, why don't we then also bestow on this body some development organ, some agency, development agency, so that they don't come together only to discuss faith and whatever, but also able to take up something in the area of development. And since they're already united and come together, it will be like partnership that cuts across all the continent.
Interesting.
So we thought, and that, so doing that and counting on the stability of the church and all of that, which, however, in doing this, doesn't become, everybody who's living in Africa or whatever knows this. If you go to any hospital, they don't ask you what faith you belong to. If you go to any school, they ask you what is. So we don't seek to also, proselytize.
Yes.
People from other faith with these facilities.
Yes.
Objectives is very simple: to promote the well-being of the human person, which in these terms and in this conference is referred to as growth.
Yeah.
Okay, we talk about it, and it's to make this inclusive and integral to all.
Terrific. Let me ask you a final question as we're sort of getting close to end of time. You've talked about some of it, but thinking about ECHO Fund or SECUM as institutions that can drive inclusive development across Africa, that's an important point. But more broadly, I've wanted to ask you this question for some time. I have an observation that there are amazing people around the world today who are doing work in human development and inclusive growth, standing alongside of faith-based institutions like the Roman Catholic Church, but so many others, that are doing the same work in really hard places, and the two aren't talking to each other. And isn't that leaving big opportunities on the table for collaboration to drive impact? Can you talk about that, and what else can people in this room do or think about in order to create better collaboration between secular and faith-based institutions?
See, I think it's partnership. And as the SDGs, I think the 17th SDG, right? Partnership, sustainability, and all of that. So it's to promote that. And for us, as I mentioned, wherever we've tried to do anything, at least in the case of the Catholic Church, it's not to be exclusive. We've been trying to seek partnership with government. Unless the government, for whatever reason, says we can work on this with you, or unless the government's policy is such that, from the point of view of faith, we take objection to certain articles and certain points. Otherwise, we work really with governments and other groups in society who do stuff like that. Again, unless their own procedures and methods and statutes, make certain collaborative, efforts impossible. So at the end of the day, it's basically one thing which should promote partnership, collaboration, and all. If we are all working for the promotion of the human person, and working together would mean then let's come together to pursue the common good. It's not the public good, the common good, the well-being of all together. We do this in solidarity. That's why we bring our efforts together to pursue this common good. When in the case of solidarity, participation, bringing stuff together, we realize that there are elements in society who are less endowed to be able to contribute, then another principle from the point of view of the church comes in. That's a subsidiarity. Render people capable of contributing to this common good. Okay, normally, when there's anything in common to pursue, we go on our native capacities and capabilities. But there are some who need to be enabled to contribute and to participate in this common project. And that for us is a principle we call subsidiarity. Grant subsidium, grant help to everybody to do this. And that incidentally also for us is the affirmation of the dignity of every person. When you enable people to be able to contribute to something that affirms their own dignity, there's no better way of giving, of doing that for them. So it's not doing something for people, it's enabling people to be able to pursue and do what they are capable or should be capable of doing. And that is sometimes the thing we share with other stakeholders and others who are involved in this area.
Beautifully said, sir. So service is for and with, and the core dignity of the human is something we're all focused on, and that's just, Eminence, your presence here today, I'm so grateful. I could ask so many more questions of you, but we're out of time. The fact that you're here with us today is a reminder of the importance of collaboration, not just among individual communities, but across faith communities as well. And thank you for your leadership in being here.
We thank you.
Thank you, Eminence.
For Mastercard for everything you're doing.
Thank you, sir.
Thanks.
Thank you.
God bless.
Thank you.
And thank you all for staying in the dark. Right. See you several times on BBC.
Yes. Thank you. Can we please take our seats, everybody? Take our seats. First of all, thank you to Cardinal Turkson and Tim Murphy for that absolutely fascinating conversation.
Yes.
Thank you. Now, our next panel I'm slightly excited about. Very excited about.
The only one. I'm not excited at all.
Because we're going to be talking about a subject that is very close to my heart
as an athlete, I know how important it is to enable your teammates to show up as their full selves. And for the next conversation, I'd like to invite an athlete to the stage who has embodied this philosophy for her entire soccer career. And she's a champion, an activist, and co-founder of A Touch More. Please welcome to the stage, ladies and gentlemen, Megan Rapinoe. Yay! Yay! Come on, bring it in, bring it in.
Hi, everybody.
She gets the cheers, doesn't she? I like that.
What a moment. Oh yeah, one more time. Wow.
Megan, can I ask you a quick question? Quick first question, and this is going to set the tone for the whole chat.
Okay.
Do you call the beautiful game football or soccer?
Why do we have
Let's
to start
be serious
fighting?
now.
Why do we have to start fighting?
Football
right?
or soccer?
Whatever is most advantageous for me in the moment.
Say football now.
Yeah, football.
Come on.
Yeah,
there you go.
And the crowd goes wild.
Yeah.
And the crowd goes.
This
The crowd
crowd.
in other countries perhaps goes wild.
It's both-ish. I don't know.
No, it's
not
football,
really
no.
soccer. I don't even know what that word means, but
I would like to say it's football, and that will rest the case.
Football.
There you go.
No.
There you go.
We're so excited to be talking to you. It's such a treat to have you here with us, and there will be so many lessons from this conversation, I think, for leaders, people leading teams watching right now. And I want to start with something for really both of you, but I'll start with you, Megan, is that Adi and I were in conversation yesterday about the athlete's mentality. Now, I'm not an athlete yet. But, you know,
Everybody
there's
is
hope.
an athlete.
Everybody's an athlete. But I was asking Adi about, you know, this willingness to win and doing it at all costs and winning at no matter what, and how that is such a beneficial sort of attitude to have in life. But he challenged me on that. So before we you know, I spoiled
I can't believe you've gone there.
I've gone. I'm right there. We're going right there because it was really a surprise to me, and I think it might be to you too, what he had to say about it. But I'd like to turn it to you first and ask you, do you believe the athlete's mentality of winning at all costs, that is the most important thing, is easily translatable to real life situations?
I mean, I think first and foremost, for me personally, like nothing is more important than my own humanity and everybody else's humanity. So we're playing sports, I'm like, it's important, it's not that important. So I think that's what I don't think anything is more important than anybody's humanity. So I think that's just like the baseline for everything. And then I think it depends on your definition of winning. I mean, I think if I'm talking about, you know, being an athlete and playing sport, like I want to win the World Cup. My definition of winning and being successful is winning the World Cup. So, yeah, I did it.
We can all agree. We can all agree.
Is it twice?
Yeah, twice. Twice.
Yeah.
We did it twice. But
no
the me
team.
versus we, that brings me exactly to my
But there
point.
was me.
Yeah, exactly.
exactly.
Yeah, I mean, they obviously couldn't win without me.
You have to own it. You have to own it. You have to own it. It's
But
okay.
I mean, I think to that point, like you can't win all by yourself, but the team also can't win without you, and it can't win without everybody. So, of course, the goal was always to win the game, but it was like, how do we do that? You know, if this person, you know, touches the ball every single time, and maybe that's great for them, and nobody else does, we're not gonna win. We're not gonna win if people are overly selfish. There's a certain threshold of selfishness that you can have, and a certain threshold of selflessness that you can have. And anything, you know, outside of that isn't good. So I think it's a matter of bringing the best out of everyone and getting the most out of yourself and your team. And I think that's how you get the best product and give yourself the best opportunity to do the winning, whatever that may be.
But out in the corporate world, that translates into how would you see that as you know, somebody who's leading a corporation? It's raining again.
It's a shower,
it just
by the
comes
way.
to remind us of the miracle of life.
Life, yeah.
It's the approval of God when you say something.
The water breaks.
Yes. But how do you think of, you know, this mentality of winning and just winning at all costs in terms of some, you know, the people here leading teams, they're leading organizations, and obviously the trade-offs are different than in a contained space as a football match.
Mm-hmm.
So how do you think that sort of winner, all or nothing win mentality should play out?
I mean, I think, of course, in business or in a corporation, whatever it may be, you're going to have certain markers that you want. What do you guys call them? KPIs or OKRs? All the things, I know what they are. Honestly, our goalkeeper coach started using it at one point. I looked
Your goalkeeper side,
my goalkeeper coach, and I looked at my Stanford teammates, and I was like, even I know this is insane. Why is he using that as a goal kick? But of course, you have these markers that you want to hit, and if you're, the CEO or the boss or the manager of the team, like you can't do it all by yourself. So how do you motivate everyone to get them essentially to do what you want them to do, which is to reach the marker? You can certainly work them to death. You can, manipulate them. You can, scare them into, you can harass them into doing what you want, or you can use a different carrot and, motivate people in a different way. I think that goes back to having people be their full selves. I think you show up to work, you feel appreciated, and you're going to give that back. You're going to sort of give that respect and ultimately buy into the team aspect of getting, whatever thing done that you need to get to. I think there's a pretty short shelf life on like badgering people into getting them to do what you want to do. It might work a little bit, but eventually that's going to have very diminishing returns.
I think it's about getting people on the same goal, on the same page. If everyone can share in your journey, share in the belief or the culture of the team, then you don't need to coerce people. I think one of the issues you do have in sport is we push ourselves mentally and physically to places where I don't want everyday people to go. And I kind of think for me, I started to think more and more about this once I had a son, and just thinking about him getting into sport. I remember taking him to watch, he's only 3, but we went to watch a little tennis tournament, and I saw the craze and the aggression in the eyes, not of the players. These kids were like 7 or 8. The parents on the side. It was insanity, and I'm like, wow, is this, how do we create that drive, that passion, but without that win at all costs, that lose your humanity side of things? And that's something that we have to be really careful of when we're trying to learn from sport, because sport is about finding that fine line and pushing that fine line. We can't do that to people. There's mental health to think about, so we can't do that to people in everyday life. Could I just also ask a quick question on that theme, in terms of the lessons that you've learned from sport over the years? How have you used them to navigate the everyday world? Because now we're in a world which we've talked about so many times. It's in flux. It's really difficult, with the existential challenge and threat of climate change, the political upheaval, wars all over the world. People are struggling.
I mean, I think the biggest thing I always take away is the, it's cliche, but the teamwork. The relationships with other people, the different perspectives. I have loved so many of my teammates. I have not liked some of them.
Exactly.
And not even people, there's people that I don't even like or not like. I'm just like, we're clearly not for each other. And that's okay, but I need you and you need me. Yeah. So the understanding of that relationship, I think, is really important. I think the relationship between your physical body, emotional body, and your mental body. I think so much with athletes, we think like, okay, how am I doing physically? I think as I got older, I realized the mental and emotional side was so important, and they all interact with each other. So how do you take care of yourself, both from a mental perspective and from a physical perspective? Failure has been, I think, the biggest thing that I've learned. Getting comfortable with failure, not being embarrassed by failure. For us as athletes, you're just constantly
every day.
Failing every day, and to see it as an opportunity, to learn. And then I think just enjoying the times that you have. I mean, obviously I'm retired now and have so much more time in my space, and I am a little bit like a disoriented toddler, because I'm like, oh my God, how do you make a schedule? How do you stay to it? When's someone coming to pick me up?
It was great. It was great when you were competing. Someone took care of everything. When you ate, what you did, it was brilliant.
But I think just the bits of enjoying life, and you can't, sacrifice everything for your work.
I do love this notion of team. I think it's so important to the work that everybody here is doing. But I do want to pivot over to the individual. And you've talked about how the best way to form teams is to let people shine as individuals. You've taken some pretty big risks in your life as an advocate for LGBTQ rights. You took a knee after Colin Kaepernick. You were one of the first to do so. You have waged a very difficult fight for equal pay for women in sports. I'd love to know a little bit, I mean, why one does these things, because I think it's this, most of us know that those are the right things to do, but I'd love to know what it felt like right before you took these big risks. Because a lot of people in organizations, they feel, well, I don't want to, I'm the CEO here or the head of this association. If I take a position, I'm alienating this person. So how do you measure the risk, and what did it feel like right before you did these big things?
Yeah, I'm like, stressful.
That's good to know. That's
Mostly stressful. But also with the sense, I mean, again, for me, like human rights and other people's humanity, and certainly my own humanity, is paramount. I mean, we are on this earth for such a short amount of time. We all sort of, come in the same way and go out the same way. And we all know what it is like to be a unique individual with, a mind and stories and a beautiful life. And so I think that is always where I go back to. Like, what am I actually doing? I didn't take a knee for a corporation or something. I did that for people and for myself and for all of us. If we're, if one of us isn't free, none of us are. So that doesn't mean that it doesn't come with, stress and anxiety and, doubt and, sort of overthinking. I mean, I try to educate myself as much as possible. I try to talk to as many people as possible. I keep a pretty close circle of, certainly my family has no problem telling me everything they think all the time about what I'm doing. But, I have a lot of really amazing people around me. And I think at the end of the day, you're going to lose so much more sleep over inaction than doing something, and maybe not getting it perfect. I didn't always do everything the right way or say everything in the perfect way, but allowing myself the space to grow. And I think, I never lost sleep over standing up for myself or other people. And I think I understand what you're asking about leaders in business or government or whatever it may be. And I just think at the end of the day, what it's like to be a unique individual. And I think if we start there, we can find common ground with people. So in the end, it was hard and easy at the same time. I mean, the backlash was difficult. I think I was, as a white person, naive to the sort of immediate sentiment and just how close to the surface it really was.
Was that taking the knee?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, definitely.
That got controversial.
Yeah. And when it's, so plain as day, obviously. So that was a little bit difficult to navigate, but I always feel I always look at it from the perspective not who I'm talking to, but who I'm speaking on behalf of or with. And, I feel like I got a lot of support in a lot of ways, and I focused on that more than the hate or the distraction.
Do you feel the weight of responsibility in terms of, when I was coming up in sport and moved from sport to TV, I felt like people always expected me to be that guy that talked about disability issues, to be that guy that talked about black issues. And I just kind of thought, well, we're not one homogenous group. I'm not the person. I can talk a little bit, but I can't represent everybody. And I found it so overwhelming at the beginning of my career that I actually ran away from talking about those things because I felt like I didn't have the bandwidth or the space to be able to do that.
I think being a little bit older when a lot of my activism started to really kick off helped a lot. Being more mature, having more capacity, being way more educated than I was when I was younger. Even, coming out, that was more personal. So it was okay, I can, understand how to talk about this, and there wasn't as much media. I think being a little bit older helped. I think also I definitely have my moments where I have a big bitch about like just how unfair the world is.
Yeah,
sometimes,
we should do.
for sure. I had one to my therapist yesterday. She collected me really quick. Yeah, she was like, okay. But I do feel it is a responsibility because for whatever reason, all the things landed here, and I'm able to speak at places like this, or have the talent to play my sport in the way that I did. But I also see it as a great privilege. I never had someone like me to look up to when I was younger, and I don't know if you did either. And so whatever sort of difficulty it is, like I'm gonna get in a black car and go back to the airport and land in New York and go back to my apartment. And I think that there are extreme privileges with being someone who's famous enough that people want to listen to talk about this kind of stuff. And it doesn't, there's the humanity side, of course, where I have my moments, and I think that those are important. I don't want to cut myself off from, the feeling of it all, but I also feel an enormous privilege to be able to speak to the people that I do, and to be able to have done the things that I've done, and been in a country and in a place where we have a lot of work to do, but like I can be really out and really gay and a really, some people call me obnoxious. I think I'm pretty charming, but
any foul,
or I can be charming, or I can be really charming.
Megan, any foul words? We have a shower to clean.
Yeah, exactly.
We're waiting for the confirmation perhaps to come through. No, I'm curious if people listening, and there are people all around the world listening right now, watching this, and obviously our audience here. It's sometimes hard to take a position that's going to create change when you don't have a platform like you do, or like you do, Ade, yourself. And I wonder if what you would suggest, as what you would offer as advice to somebody here or watching, that how they can act, behave, do something to move the needle on inclusion forward, because the world seems pretty complicated. I probably could talk to my therapist too about how dire it is. We can do a group session later.
Shout out to the therapist.
But really, it does seem like the world is a difficult place, and I think all of us here who have access to drinking water and to roofs over our heads are pretty privileged, right? But still, no matter who you are, you are able to maybe impart a little seed into the movement of inclusion. What would you say that people can and should be doing?
I think first and foremost, everybody has a responsibility to do what they can with what they have to make the world a better place in some way. I mean, here in America, if you're a citizen, you can vote. That is something hugely impactful that a lot of people don't do, that I think is really easy to do. I don't think anybody has the responsibility to lay their whole life on the line. Most people are not in that position. They can't lose a job. They can't blow up the office with something. They're not in that. You're not in that position always.
You haven't met some of the militant disabled people that I know, man.
Yeah.
Jeez.
But I feel like there's always something that you can do. There's always an intersection of privilege where you stand where other people maybe don't. So find those places. Find the something that you can do. It's a little bit addictive, I think, in that way also of I just think in our bodies, we're social beings, and we're about community, and we want that with other people, and being, in strife with one another or in discontent with one another isn't really a natural way of being, and it's not a natural state. So finding those connection points with people and live a little, take a little risk, put yourself out there a little, at least educate yourself. We have, our fingertips on all of the information in the world. So be educated, so when you get in conversations with your families, coworkers, whatever it may be, I think you can have something to fall back on. And then again, I think the ultimate argument all the time is just everybody deserves humanity, and everybody has a right to that, and everybody has a right to show up and be their whole full selves in the world, in the workplace, at a game, at an office, or whatever it may be. I don't think there's a lot of arguments to come back to that are very genuine.
And yet the world is so polarized. I mean, how do we sort of marry those two notions of just, I agree with you, it's about our humanity, but a lot of people, how do we bring over the people who believe that their version of humanity is something different?
Oh, I'd say it's about listening, giving people a voice and listening to hear. I think the main reason why we're so polarized is we've got a lot of people who feel they're not being heard, and that allows people to come in and exploit them and exploit the fact that they've not been heard. There are bad actors out there, but the truth is I've learned, and coming from team sport, I know that whole thing you say where there will be people in your team where you'll be like, I love this person, or another person you think, yeah, in normal life I wouldn't get on with you, but we have to listen and we have to find a way and find common ground. You know, and the greatest people, the greatest revolutionaries, people who have moved our society on are the people who have managed to bring us together. And not try to exploit our differences. Talking about risks, Megan, I also wanted to find out, have you thought about going political and making
Before you answer, I would like to remind you that you are in the nation's capital.
Exactly.
And we are in the business of starting rumors on this panel.
Get your cameras out, get your cameras out, get ready.
We would like to have maybe an announcement be made, perhaps.
There will be a shower.
The shower.
A baptism of sorts.
That could appeal to a certain segment of our population.
Yeah, you got to bring everybody in. Yeah.
Anything that you'd like to announce? Or an interest, express interest.
You know me, I'm always into politics. It's funny when people say they aren't. I'm like, well, they're into you. Politics loves everybody. I don't know what you're talking about. It's all over you. If there was a ticket, it would be Sue's name at the top for sure. I can't get from
Sue
point A to point B.
Megan's fiance, for those of you who don't know.
No, currently I am not interested in going into politics. I'll never shut the door completely.
Okay.
I do think...
Turn the shower on.
Politician. I love it.
Come on. I didn't say I wouldn't be good. I do think that we're in a sort of Instagramification of our politics and the sort of famousification of our politics that I don't think is healthy. I do fancy myself as intelligent and smart, but like not nearly at the level that you need to be at to craft policy and argue
that you
for the
should
Supreme Court.
Be at.
I'm a good megaphone and a good mouthpiece, and I'm happy to do that for the politics that I agree with and that are for the people.
I like what you did there, megaphone.
Yeah, I'm a Megan phone for everybody.
You got it.
I love that. A
You
megaphone
got
is
it.
a good campaign slogan. I am getting all sorts of Oscar music, be done, wrap it up over there, and I can't ignore it. So unfortunately, we do have to wrap up. Please give Megan the round of applause she deserves.
Thank you both.
Thank you, Megan.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. All right.
I think you, we're going to do a little housekeeping.
Okay.
So let's give her another round of applause. So it's not awkward.
Thank you. Thank you guys. I know. Thanks, everybody.
Andrea, I can't believe you kicked Megan Rapinoe off the
I
stage.
know. Wah. Such a party foul, but I was told what to do.
Fantastic. Hey, listen, before you all rush off, we've just got a little bit of housekeeping to take care of. It's lunch. Oh, I also just one point, actually, I wanted to talk about from that conversation. We talked a little bit about advocacy and standing up for minority groups. And I think something that's really important that we shouldn't forget, that the onus shouldn't be just upon people within those groups. We carry the weight, women, as disabled people, people from the LGBTQ plus community, we carry the weight all our lives. But the only way things are really going to change is from when people who don't stand to benefit directly are prepared to advocate and stand up for us and stand up for our rights. We're going to send them to lunch.
And now I'm sending you to lunch, an inspired lunch. Please be back here at 1:30. Lunch will be served on the 3rd floor. Enjoy. Talk about what you've heard. And we'll see you soon.
Thank you.
Aww, that was great.
Yeah, I think to the side is good. Yeah, for sure. This is bigger. Yeah. I mean, I mean. What did you say? This is the lesbian. Yeah, candy lesbian. Yeah, you're the best. I should have known that. I made an assumption. I was just handed it, so I didn't know where it came from. You gotta give me a little bit on the manga, sir? Let me get some spice. Good? And then the vocals. 1, 2, 3. A little. You'll do a little read.
Friends and colleagues, please make your way to the first floor back to the Mead Theater. Our program is about to begin. Friends and colleagues, please make your way to the first floor to the Mead Theater. Our program is about to begin.
Friends and colleagues, the programme will begin shortly. Please make your way downstairs to the Mead Theatre to take your seats.
Got to go. ocean, and I live deep in emotion. And I'm not trying to force it, and just like 3 plates I course it. And I take pride in devotion. When I play drums I'm in motion, and you know I stay supportive, and good love's hard to ignore it.
Friends and colleagues, please take your seats. The programme is about to begin. Friends and colleagues, please take your seats. The programme is about to begin.
Fears, I have nothing left to prove, and I'm not saying I don't have more work to do, but come on back, yeah, there's not anyone like me, 'cause my heart's wide as the ocean, and I live deep in emotion, and I'm not trying to force it, and just like 3 plates I course it, and I take pride in devotion. When I play drums I'm in motion, and you know I stay supportive, and good love's hard to ignore it, 'cause my heart's wide as the ocean, and I live deep
everyone. How was lunch? How's lunch? Good, good, good. Have you enjoyed the afternoon or the morning so far? It's been amazing, hasn't it? You can clap, you can clap. My personal highlight was actually watching Andrea kick off two-time World Cup winner. She kicked Megan Rapinoe off the stage.
While you've been having lunch, I have been getting a ribbing from this gentleman here about what I did, and I was told. I want to clarify.
Can you just get Megan off?
I did not. Okay, bye,
I'm bad.
guys.
I'm terrible. I'm terrible.
He's like a younger brother.
Now, listen, we've got a great session lined up for you this afternoon, and coming up we have a fantastic act. She won an award at the South by Southwest festival. It's the first Indian production music video to win an award at the South by Southwest festival.
And if you're keeping score, and you're probably not because nobody here is competitive, India's doing pretty well here today.
Yes.
Lots of references to India. So,
Smashing it,
yeah.
smashing it. So listen, please put your hands together and be ready to be wowed with some artistic medicine from Madame Gandhi. Come on.
Welcome back, welcome back. How are you? Good. Yeah, life requires our great involvement, so thank you for being involved. My name is Kiran Gandhi. I perform as Madame Gandhi. I grew up between New York City and Mumbai. I actually went to Georgetown as my undergrad, so it's so lovely to be back here in DC. And, you know, for me, since I was young, as I spoke to some of you yesterday, I've always been motivated by arts and music as an opportunity for social change. I would say in one word, you know, or one sort of line, what interests me and what engages me is using art to encourage others to be the fullness of their expression in a society that oftentimes limits our expression. And really, for some of the folks here, the way I think that this medicine affects what you all do is when we have people feeling free and safe to express themselves, we get the best ideas. You know, we're crowdsourcing at a much higher level to build the world that we're all seeking. So today I feel very excited because, you know, at global development conferences, we don't really have music video screenings. So I feel very excited to sort of bring this to the Global Inclusive Summit, especially for the folks here in the audience. And I really do respect Mastercard and the Center for sort of including the arts perspective in this conversation. It's really my great honor, my great joy. I was a TED Fellow, so I've performed the audio of this song on the TED stage, but we've not shown the video yet. And as the folks described earlier, it's the first time an all-female Indian team won Best Music Video at South by Southwest. So real honor, yeah. I went to school in New York City at Chapin. I went to school in Mumbai, India. We always had to wear a uniform, and I was always trying to avoid the uniform and wear my own clothes. As you can see, I love color, I love expression, and so these kind of rigid uniforms used to really keep me quite restricted. And to my parents' credit, you know, they wanted the best education for my brother and sister and I, but you know, this music video is really a testament to more color, more self-expression, more freedom, especially for the girl child in India. So without further ado, this is Waiting for Me. I'm not every day trying to turn up to the sound of my own oppression. You feel me? I invite you to move with me, to clap with me. Up in the morning, hit spacebar and start recording. Mama says that she'll adore me. The earth is still waiting for me. Waiting for me. Waiting for me. I won't take in what they feed us. Run away in my Adidas. Brown girls of the world, they need us. Truth is love. Love will free us. Love will free us. Love will free us. I've been living in the wild now. When you taste freedom, you're not trying to get tied down. Hear it in the words I say, in the way I walk. I'm full of their lies now. Digga digga that don't, digga ding that don't, digga digga that don't, digga digga ding that don't, digga ding that don't, digga digga that.
liquor, knowing that we'll die off quicker. All our people getting sicker, can't afford organic stickers. Sorrow makes their wallets thicker. We must see the bigger picture. Women who have come before us, mothers, sisters, non-conformists, all the things that lived up for us. The earth is still waiting for us. Waiting for us. Drop solo, talk with me. If we're strong, they can't ignore us. The earth is still waiting for us. If we're loud, they can't ignore us. The earth is still waiting for us. If we're one, they can't explore us. The earth is still waiting for us. If we're true, they can't ignore us. The earth is still waiting. Hey! I've been living in the wild now. When you taste freedom, you're not trying to get tied down. See it in the way I think and the food I eat. I'm a part of their lives now. Digga digga that don't, digga doo da don't, digga digga that don't, digga digga doo da don't, digga doo da don't, digga. Thank you. Digga digga that don't, digga doo da don't, digga digga that. Hey. Digga digga doo da don't, digga doo da don't, digga digga da. Thank you. I think, as you can see, music, art, activism, we have such an opportunity to deliver joy, positivity, and to sort of, the artists are responsible for imagining the world that we want to be in, for imagining it and designing it, yes, so that we all know where we're going. So thank you again. We have a couple of seconds, maybe one or two questions before we get into the afternoon. How did I get started? I was always drumming and, just sort of barely making, I got some A's and all that, but I was really focused on my music. I remember being a kid and taking DJ lessons. I used to mix Bhangra, music from India, and then Snoop Dogg, and I was DJ Gandizzle because my last name is Gandhi. So, I always was drumming. And then I was drumming for MIA. I don't know if there's any MIA fans in the room. And it's very interesting. I was at Harvard Business School, on the music industry track, gonna go back and work in the music industry at Spotify. But then I would be touring with MIA, and at the end of my time at business school, I was like, I wanna write my own music, I wanna produce my own music. My heart was there. So, the distance, they say, from the head to the heart is only 14 centimeters, but it's sort of a lifelong journey, isn't it? So that's the answer. Thank you. Great. I hope you join me at 5 o'clock. We're going to close out the session together in the atrium. I'll be DJing for you all, so don't miss this opportunity to dance with me. Was there one more? Yes. Yes. Yes, I like to draw from different things. I like academics because then it informs the intelligent lyrics. So I've always been grateful to be exposed to the feminisms that have come before me so that I'm responsibly integrating. And then I think there's an enormous amount of personal power to step into the stage educated and be able to speak freely. I think it also gives permission to other young people for us to be the multifaceted human beings that we are. I just won my first boxing fight a month ago in London, so I'm interested in the fullness of our expression. But I knew I wanted to go by Madam Gandhi because I liked the sort of elevated feminine power that it represented, and my authentic last name is Gandhi. So it's been about an 8 to 9, 10-year journey at this point, and here we are doing amazing things. So thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
Right? I was so impressed watching you all backstage get into the groove. That was great. For this next panel, I am so excited to introduce the next two panelists because I am big fans of both for different reasons. Please welcome to the stage Dr. Albert Bourla, CEO of Pfizer, and Sumi Samaskandi, Chief Presenter for the BBC.
be as colorful,
But we can dance maybe.
we can. I'll let you in on a little secret. We were bobbing backstage.
Okay. All right.
Check if it's on. I can do some. 1 second.
I think mine is very loud and yours doesn't work.
Yes, no.
Julie. Nossa, dei uma tropeçada na minha palavra ali, mas tudo bem. Bora. Já-
We'll get this sorted out, I promise.
And this is, there we go. I think you hear me now.
Yes.
Yay. We promised to bring a little bit of joy and positivity to the stage, as Madame Gandhi did as well. Albert, it's such a pleasure to sit down with you. As we saw just before we came out, innovating for a healthy world. I think that's a great jumping off point for our discussion. I just want to start with where Pfizer is right now. All of us lived through COVID. It was a paradigm shift for the world. Obviously, was an accelerator for Pfizer and for your industry. Things have changed since then. And I'm interested to know, where is Pfizer headed and looking at in the next 5 to 10 years? You are now looking at, from what I understand, a portfolio of cancer medicines. How does this fit into where Pfizer is headed?
COVID for us was an opportunity to demonstrate to the world the value that life sciences brings. And we are very proud for what we were able to accomplish. And as you said, it's in the past. So now looking ahead, I wish we can save the world once more.
How are you planning to do so?
I think everyone should try in the areas that we feel that science is mature and we have ourselves capabilities to make a difference. And for us, the choice is cancer. Most of our efforts right now are going into the battle against cancer. And when I say most of our efforts, I'm speaking about capital, scientific minds, my time, people's time. It is all devoted to find way better cures for cancer.
I'm sure every single person in this room has in some way been touched by cancer. What is the outlook for some of these therapies and medicines in addressing some of the cancers that affect our world today?
I'm very optimistic, and I'm very optimistic because for cancer, we know a lot of details about the biology of the disease. Yeah. We know in very big details what causes every single cancer in the world. And that's the big thing to know. We don't know it necessarily for Alzheimer's, right? We have hypotheses. But for cancer, we know very well. And when you know, then you can aim your solutions towards what you know. And I think not only Pfizer, but so many institutions are running right now trials. There are thousands of trials in reality. And I think we will have not suddenly the cure, but what we will have every quarter, another medicine and another medicine and another medicine that will expand another year and another year and another year the life of people that have been hit by cancer. So eventually, I think within the decade, for most of the cancers, we should be able to make them more of a chronic disease. So you can live with your cancer as you were able to live with your diabetes.
That's certainly a hopeful outlook, something we can all look forward to. I want to ask you about new technologies. A big part of what is